Hoi hoi! I am Planarwalk, and welcome to a live debunking stream. Let me switch over to the... There we go. And yeah, so we're gonna have we've got a few videos to debunk here, and we're gonna go ahead and debunk them live. Let me just go ahead and message some people so we've got more than one person in the chat. Just telling someone to join voice chat in my server. There we go. How's it going in the chat there? Somebody's having technical problems, huh? You thought someone was playing piano in the meeting that you're in. Yeah, you do have to make sure that when it comes to watching a stream that it's not something that's happening in real life and something that's happening there we go. And there is a bit of room for people to join if they want. Can't have too many people though. Oh, and we've got Team Skeptic here. Ahoy hoy team. I don't know if... Maybe he's got himself muted, because I'm not hearing anything from him. Okay. But anyway, we've got a few videos.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, I can hear you.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah, sorry about that. I had myself muted. But yeah, Planarwalk, I'm sorry I can only be here for a second. Just wanted to stop by and say I support you, bro.
Okay. That's always good. It's always good to have people support you.
No, I have my mechanic. I have a mechanic appointment for my car. So as you can tell, my voice still isn't all there. So I'm not trying to do too much today, but I can hang out with you for about 10 to 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Well, there is a video. Do you see the stream that I've got on Discord? Because I'm sharing my screen. I've got 3 videos pulled up. First one is the Biblical Flat Earth Map Revealed, Part 1.
Oh, God. How long is the video?
10 minutes. But you don't have to stay through the whole thing.
I'll stay as long as I can. I just got to make sure I make it to this car appointment to get my shit fixed.
Fair enough. Right before we get into it, I do want to say something, and some people may be tempted. Some people may notice that there's a bit of a super chat, a little super chat button on my chat. Before you even consider pressing that button, I've actually got a link in the description to well, not a link, but I've got a email address in the description, and it's the PayPal email address of a friend of mine who's going through some financial struggles. If you can give them like $1 or $2 to help them out, that would be very much appreciated, because they need a bit of extra money. You don't have to give them a whole lot. Just as I said, $1 or $2. They need about $80, so I just thought I'd mention that. So if you can give a bit to them, please do. Before you even consider giving money to me. So just had to mention that. But anyway, we'll get into the video. All right, so
this is the Gleason map, and this is the map that the Flat Earthers claim to be the map of the Flat Earth. And I want to point out a couple of things. Let's start with this section right here. We are going...
Firstly, I have never heard of this channel before, so I don't know if they are... Like, I assume from their titles that they are a flat earther, but...
Yeah, you can't be too sure these days with the pose walking around.
Yeah. So, I'm just... so this is just a warning. If it turns out that they are a globe earther, then we'll just switch to one of the other videos that I've got up. Unfortunately, 2 of them are by the same person, so, yeah. I guess we'll see.
To look at this area right here. Here to there. These 2 areas look like you should be able to get in a boat and just sail across from the end of Alaska to the end of Russia. It also looks like you should be able to fly from Alaska and go over Russia. But can that be done? Let's look.
So, firstly, wasn't there a land bridge between the points that she pointed out? Didn't there used to be a land bridge?
Yeah. They think there used to be a land bridge during the last ice age, I believe.
Yeah. So, they did used to be connected by land. I don't know why she pointed that out, but I guess we'll see. Also, if you do want to pause the video, just want me to pause the video so you can say something, just let me know.
Okay.
When we look at flights from Anchorage, Alaska to Moscow, Russia, look where it stops and look at the time. Let's look at this. It is going to stop. Let's see, is that Denver? It's gonna depart September 7th at 11:45 p.m. and arrive the next day at 1:45 p.m. And it looks like that might mean you gain 3 hours. But the flight appears to be 51 hours long. The returning flight is 38 hours long. Right here.
Does she show how long the layovers are?
38 hours.
Or is that just flight time in the air?
That's just, it's... So, yeah, it says that it's...
I mean, why didn't she pick like an Anchorage, Alaska direct to Moscow instead of, one that bounced around the country?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it does say 3 stops in particular areas. So it seems as though that it's a layover flight, and I've known this when I was looking at flights from New Zealand to America, that you'd have definitely a few hours of layovers. Like if I want to go to from New Zealand to Denver or whatever, I'd have to have a layover probably in LA, which means that I'd be spending a bit of time in the airport waiting for my next flight.
Yeah.
So, and one of the things to mention is because Stringer News said crossing the international dateline, it does say the amount of time that it should take. So I think that it's taking into consideration the different time zones, rather than just being like, one's 51 hours because it is from this time to this this time. I think that it's just saying, okay, this is the amount of time that it takes overall. So let's continue. Let's see what their point is.
So, if the Gleason map is correct, then why would a flight from Alaska to Russia take 38 hours. So my question is, if this is the correct map, then why does the flight go from here to Denver and then around this way to get to Russia? Why does it do that instead of flying from here and going this way into Russia?
I like that they've basically brought a standard debunk to the flat Earth map. Like, I'm still unsure of whether they're a flat Earther or whether they're just saying, "Oh, the Gleason's map is incorrect," or whether I'm still unsure of whether they're not a flat Earther or whether they're just saying that the Gleason's map is incorrect.
But they're not even taking into consideration the logistics of the airline. You know, like the airline, it might not be a very beneficial flight to fly from Alaska to Moscow. There might not be that many daily flight customers or whatnot. You know, like it might be more logistically sound for the airline to fly to Denver first and then to Oregon and then make a third layover and pick some more people up before heading to Mother Russia.
Yeah, it's like if I want to go to America, right? There's actually a couple of flights that I can take. I can go over to Australia first and then go over to America, which might be cheaper than just flying directly over to America.
Plus you have to, at this point, you really do have to take like rotation of the Earth into account. That's why when you fly to the right, they fly to the right of the pole, is because just the same way as you're carrying your momentum up, it's easy. It's harder to fight against your momentum to go, you know, to the left. But it's easier to just use your momentum to go to the right. You're always going to have that drift to the right, so you just go north or to the right of the North Pole, and then you'll be. I mean, it's easier to go that way than it is to fight your momentum. Is basically what I'm saying. Yeah.
Anyway, I've turned the speed up of the video because somebody suggested I turn it up to 2 times speed. I can't always deal with videos on 2 times speed, so I turned it up to 1.5 times speed. So,
if this map is correct, why do flights take that route? Why don't any flights fly west out of Alaska? Unless it's just to fly this way and then go around. Now look at this map and think of the flight. Alaska is all the way to the west.
Oh,
for this west.
What's that?
I'm going to look up the flight tracker and see if there's any. Oh, wait, on. Direct flights from Moscow to Alaska. Plus, another thing that she needs to take into account that she's not really thinking about is airlines usually follow what's called a great circle. So you'd have to find out what the great circle is between the two cities. So on a flat Earth map, you might think, oh, look at this straight line, it's right here. But that straight line on a spherical globe is going to be longer than what it is on the 2-dimensional the 2-dimensional map. You know, that's why people say, oh, look, why did they make this weird flight that goes from Singapore or whatever, South Korea, wherever the fuck that one flight went to, and it had to stop in Alaska because of the person who got pregnant on the plane. Or I think that was the case. They had to deliver a baby. So they had to make an emergency stop, and they said, why didn't they go to fucking LA? They're closer, right? It's like, no. Because you're thinking of it as a 2-dimensional surface. Yes, it's closer when you draw, when you project this globe onto a flat map. It's a lot closer, but that's not reality. Reality is we live on a ball, and the direct line to LA that you're thinking is real straight is over a great curve. So it's really, really much, much further than it would be if you just go to up to Alaska. So again, it's logistics there. You're following a great curve, and that great curve took you closer to Alaska than it did to the United States.
Yeah.
But give me 1 second. I'm looking up direct flights from Moscow to Anchorage right now.
One of the things, are they going to do the whole Pearl Harbor meme? Where it's like, how could the Japanese go all the way around? They've got this thing like, how could the Japanese go all the way around to here to bomb Pearl Harbor or whatever? Because it looks like what they're doing is they're using a Mercator projection and saying, oh, this makes sense on the Mercator map, so that must be the correct flat Earth map. So
Yeah.
I'll play and let's see what they say.
You can go. And then, if you fly east, look where Russia is. It's on the opposite side. The opposite side of the Earth. So doesn't it make more sense for a flight that takes 38 hours to be in these two locations as opposed to the other two locations on the Gleason map? Take a look at this map again. If you go above Alaska and you go above Canada, there is the Arctic Circle. And all above this area where the Arctic Ocean is, it's icy. It's ice.
First off, she said Arctic Circle. Let that sink in. And she's showing him a Mercator projection where the Arctic Circle doesn't appear very circly.
A straight line. It's a straight line. All right, now I just looked it up. There are no nonstop. Well, according to Google Flights or Google.com, where you can look up flights, there are no nonstop flights from Moscow to Anchorage. So that might be the reason why they had to fly first to Denver, Oregon, and a few other places. And really, the way you can't track the flight from its destination or from its origination point. You have to track the flight from its last layover, because that's where the flight then tries to follow the Great Circle as much as possible between the two places.
So yeah, when it comes to this, like when it comes to going to Russia, I can't imagine that there are a lot of people that want to go to Moscow, especially from America. Well, actually, especially from Alaska, right? I mean, how many people live in Alaska, and how many people in Alaska want to go to Moscow? I mean, you'll probably find direct flights from someplace like LA to Moscow. So
yeah,
you got to think of multiple things like population and all that kind of stuff. So it makes sense. Like, this does feel like a bit of a troll, though.
Now, look. Also, there's something to be pointed out here. Moscow is not near Alaska. Nowhere near. Even on a flat Earth map, like nowhere near Alaska. It's extreme. It's closer. I'm sure it's closer to fucking like England than it is to other parts of Russia.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure it's closer to fucking Moscow's closer to probably Africa than it is to other parts of Russia.
Yeah. And you've also got to consider where in Russia it is, like you've said. Because one of the things I noticed when she was drawing the lines in that is she made it seem like Moscow was bang smack center in the middle of Russia. And it's like, no, that's not where it is.
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's closer from Moscow to, holy shit, to like Nigeria. Than it is from Moscow to the other. Oh my God, it's probably closer from Moscow to South Africa almost than it is from Moscow to the other side of Russia, to the eastern side of Russia. It's like a whole fucking different ball game. I'm looking at it right now. Well, at least on a flat projection map, it looks closer. we could be wrong because we may be making the same mistake she is, trying to look at it on a flat projection and go, yeah, it's way fucking further. Well,
I can check it on Google Maps right now. Let me just get out of New Zealand and
do Moscow to Alaska. But it's gonna probably take you. God damn it! It's almost as close just to fly over Canada as it is to fucking fly over the other side of Russia. That's why they go that way.
Okay, so measure distance, and we're going to go to Alaska. just the center of Alaska. And we get a total distance of 6,491 kilometers. That's just from Moscow to the center of Alaska.
And that's going through Russia? I mean, that's going through Russia?
Well, that's going through the Arctic Circle.
Oh, yeah, you're doing a straight line, right?
Yeah, I'm doing...
No, you're doing a great circle. You can't do that, though. You can't do the Great Circle because that's not the path. That takes you out of Russia, I believe, right?
Well, what I'm doing is I'm just doing it on the globe to just show...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So now do Moscow to, say, Madrid. Moscow to Madrid.
I forget my geography sometimes. Where is Madrid?
It's in Spain.
Okay, in Spain. That is 3,443 kilometers, although I just said...
Okay, so yeah. Now do Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Let me get the name here. AGADEZ, Nigeria.
I can't see that quite on the map. I'll just go to Abuja in Nigeria, which is 5,823 kilometers.
Son of a bitch! It's closer to fucking Moscow to Africa than it is to fucking Moscow to Alaska. That's why the path is different. It's not right there like she wants it to be. You're going to the other side. You're going to Europe. You're basically going to Eastern Europe. You're not going to fucking Eastern. You're not going to fucking Eastern Russia.
Anyway, well, let's continue to see what she has to say, because I don't see how she can use this as a flat Earth map. It just wouldn't work.
Further than you can see with your eyes. If you could go as far as you could possibly go, above Alaska, above Canada, these areas, Greenland, keep going up. You see this Arctic Ocean, those letters? Well, if you get there, you can get there through the icy waters, you're done. You can't go any further. So something else to notice about this map is the way the lines go across the map. And notice how they stretch out, they get wider. And then look at the shape of Australia. And what you need to realize when you look at these lines, there is a perfect square on this map.
Something's wrong,
and the reason why is because this is a projection of a globe, looking at it from the top of the globe down. So if I...
You know what else is a projection of the globe? Every map ever made.
Ever? Yeah.
You know, no map isn't a projection of the globe. And also, Greenland on the Mercator projection is massively disproportionate in size compared to its actual size. Whenever you project the globe, you get issues.
Yeah, you have issues.
Yeah, just like every flat earther. Some of them are okay, but you know, most of them are pretty bad.
Okay, Planet Walk. Do I need to hold your hand and walk you away from the edge of the cliff?
No, don't worry. I can deal with stupid. I've been dealing with stupid for a long time. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what more there is.
I've got about 5 more minutes, and then I gotta go.
Okay. Well, this video is only 5 more minutes long, and I've got it on 1.5 speed. So anyway.
I was staring at the top of the globe. You have to picture this as a ball and stretched around a ball. So these lines represent curvature. And that is why a lot of the measurements, when you're looking at the degrees, the parallels and stuff, it may work on this map. And I know some of you have said it works perfectly. Like, let's see. Where is the 33rd parallel? Anyway, it's based on curvature. It's based on the globe, the spinning ball. And that is why they're all stretched out. And if you look at the way they're stretched out, it's exactly how you would draw the lines if you were accounting for a curvature.
Well, it's more that we use degrees because degrees represent a circle. You know, it's funny how no matter what you're using, you will still use degrees when it comes to latitude and longitude, because that is the way that you use to describe coordinates on a ball. That's why they're that way.
Yeah.
And
the, longitudinal lines are all great circles. There's a little bit of a difference. And there's reasons for having latitude lines and longitude lines. The key thing that people need to take from latitude lines is that they're 90-degree cuts through the axis of rotation. So they're perpendicular to the axis of rotation. The second thing is that they're equidistant from each other no matter where you're at on the globe. So if you're at 1 degree off of the North Pole, it's still 69 miles until the next degree. And then it's still 69 miles. And that's why we know it's a ball and not a flat plane. Because the other phenomenon you get is that at lines of latitude on opposite sides of the equator, the line of latitude will be equidistant to the other line of latitude, meaning that 1 mile will be 1 mile on each one. Well, I mean, 1 mile will represent a certain amount of degrees at each point. So the only way to do that is if you're on a sphere and you pass the equator. So then the lines start getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Let's say you take the distance between 2 points, 2 degrees, or 1 degree at the latitude 45 north, right? The distance of 1 degree of latitude north should be the same as the distance at 1 degree of 45 degrees latitude south. Whereas on a flat Earth map, it never, converges. It always diverges. So once you get past the equator, the distance between 1 degree should continue to get greater and greater and greater. And it doesn't. It gets, once you cross the equator, it starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller as you approach the South Pole. Same thing that happens in the North Pole.
And that's very, very problematic for all flat earthers, because I've never seen a flat earther be able to solve that, right? Most of their retorts is something like, oh, well, Australia is fake, so just something along those lines. But I've been to Australia.
Just a way of... It's a way for England to save face.
But yeah, anyway, we'll continue on. We've got a few more minutes left,
So this map has north in the center, and then they say this is Antarctica, going all the way around.
the ice wall.
The outside edges is Antarctica. They say that they just flatten the ball this way.
Hold up. Antarctica. I thought it was Antarctica. Just a small...
There's a small C missing between the R and the T, yeah.
And
Just small
then,
nitpick.
so this is all south, going all the way around. And then, when you want to travel west, and east, it's basically going in a circular direction. Now, if you ever look at a compass, which is basically a representation of the flat Earth...
Is it though?
Yeah, is it though?
A compass has a dome. There's usually a star in the center that represents the North Star, which is navigational. And we have north, south, west, and east. Like this. And
I feel like she's trying to make connections where there are none.
Yeah, that's so wrong right there.
Like there's
But she has the North Pole at the South Pole on a flat Earth map. That's weird.
Yeah, although I feel like she's probably saying, well, this is why this particular flat Earth map is wrong. But still, when it comes to a compass, like there's a reason why it's a circle, because that allows it to spin better, you know? And they're also balanced in a particular way that aligns to the globe, so, you know, compasses are aligned to the globe. Just thought she should know that.
And you can navigate using the North Star, which I've talked about in another video. But if you look at these directions, this map makes no sense. It makes no, because this isn't north. This is what they say is the south. They say this is north. This map makes no sense when it comes to a directional compass. A compass you should be able to lay right on top of the map and it should be a match.
So dumb.
Now take a look at this map. Look where north is, south, west, and east. And look, here we have all of the countries where they belong. This is the flat earth map right here. This is the...
Okay, she brought up flights earlier. How come I can get a direct flight from Auckland to LA on this map here?
Plus, the sun has issues on this map. The sun has major issues on this map. The equinox kills this map.
Yeah.
Because while the sun does move in a straight line on this map, where does it go when it gets to the other side and it just magically appears back on this side?
Yeah. Or flights from... Did Greater Sapien go from LA to Sydney? Yeah, like direct flight.
Yeah, there's a direct flight from LA to Sydney.
And
But
also,
even there's a direct flight from... this one's killed by the Sydney to Santiago flight.
yeah.
The Sydney to Santiago flight flies south of New Zealand and comes back up. It basically leaves south of New Zealand and enters back into the world where SW is.
Yeah. Like I feel like every time a flat earther tries to create a new map to solve issues, they always create 1,000 more issues.
New issues, yep, exactly.
So,
well, hey, Planer, I gotta run, bro. I gotta go take care of this car before it gets too late.
all right, take care. If you want to join back after you fixed it, well, if it takes like 5 hours, then I'll probably be gone by then. But if
it'll take a few hours, but if I'm back, yeah, I'll jump back on if I'm back on.
Yeah.
All right, man. Take care. Take care, everybody in the chat.
What Jesus said, if you could go off one side and appear on the other, Planet Walk could get to LA in about 3 hours by flying southeast and appearing off the California coast. Yeah. Like, none of this makes any sense, right? But we'll see see if they have any more that they want to say about it.
The accurate flat earth. And what's in the center is Jerusalem and the pyramid. The pyramids are the belly button of the earth. Dead center of the earth. This is what the map looks like, and we have a dome over our heads, and we are surrounded by ice. Because if you travel north as far as you can go, you run into ice. If you travel south as far as you can go, you run into ice.
Oh, they've still got the ice wall, guys.
West and east, you cannot travel west all the way to an ice wall because you'll run out of gas first. Same thing with the east. I've looked it up, the furthest place you can go west and east, and they're small little islands, tiny little islands, and you better land there because if you go any further, you're going to run out of fuel.
I mean, you can still go from I think you can get flights from like New Zealand to Hawaii or something like that. Like, which really, the fact that you can go to Hawaii I think you can go to Hawaii as a stopover. Like, hold up, NZ to Hawaii. All right. On-stop flights to 4 cities. Alright, so I can go from Auckland to Hawaii, USA. Alright. Search. Oh, shit. Like, coronavirus really screws everything up, doesn't it? Oh, wait. Okay, let's go from Queenstown to Hawaii. You know, that's an hour and 45 minutes. An hour and 45 minutes to Hawaii. Oh wait, no, that's Auckland Airport. Shit. My bad. Yes, coronavirus is screwing everything up because I'm trying to go to Hawaii, but it's like, oh, just go to New Zealand instead. Yeah. Something seemed a little bit suspicious there. We all make mistakes, though. Yeah. Can't find any flights to Hawaii because it comes a little bit because of coronavirus, unfortunately. Damn it, I wanted to go to Hawaii for a holiday. Guess I can't. Anyway, the next video that we've got lined up, I've got the part 2 to this video if anyone wants to do that after this video, but I don't think I'll go through this entire video because it's an hour long. And besides, Heath did a debunking of this. I can't remember anything that Heath said, so because I'm only a clone, not actually Heath. So yeah, let's see what this person has to say about evolution, and let's see what I can remember about biology to debunk it. America's like Soviet Russia now. You can't just fly here from the free world. Damn, I was hoping that I could. All right, here we go.
Are you banking everything on evolution?
No.
Do you find that many of your life assumptions and decisions are built on the foundation of evolution as scientific fact?
What? Who thinks that? Who thinks that? Honestly, like, if I'm making a financial decision, I'm not like, is evolution real? No, I'm just like, okay, well, I guess I can save money this way. Evolution does not come down to it at all.
Well, I suggest that you prepare yourself, because that foundation is about to be demolished.
Oh, let's get into it. Oh, let me know how the audio is as well. The audio leveling. I might just put this up to 1.5 speed. Oh, the music's so much better on 1.5 speed. Oh, nice evidences for evolution that you got on the screen, by the way.
Called The God Delusion.
Okay, here we go.
Not long ago, I was challenged by a PhD evolutionist I know to read a book called The God Delusion by a famous atheist named Richard Dawkins. I took the challenge, and I was not surprised to find that it was a very dark and angry book. They say that atheists have two things they want to communicate with people. Number one, there is no God. Number two, I hate him. This describes
It's not so much that atheists hate God, right? It's just that they don't like how religion has controlled a lot of people's lives. It's not that they hate God, it's that they hate religious institutions. Or at least a fair number of atheists hate religious institutions. Maybe hate is a strong word, but dislike religious institutions because they see the harm that religious institutions cause. So, but obviously he has to start with atheism because, I mean, if you ignore the fact that when it comes to certain Christians, they still accept evolution, they just think that it was guided by God. You know, so they've got to be like, oh, evolution is only atheists believe in evolution or whatnot. Anyway, let's continue.
Dawkins very well. It was actually more a philosophy book rather than a science book, and Richard...
Yes, because theology is philosophy more than science. You can't disprove the existence of something that is unfalsifiable, like your God.
Dawkins turns out to be a very poor philosopher. He spent a great deal of space in the book not dealing with science, but rather tearing down every weak religion in the world and then lumping Christianity in with them. He proceeded to criticize the Bible, but it became painfully clear that he knows little about the Bible. He gave great emphasis to judging God, yet he does not believe in God, nor does he believe in any foundation for absolute morality with which to pass moral judgment on the God he doesn't believe in.
Okay, so when it comes to philosophy, when it comes to moral judgment, that is tied in with philosophy. When it comes, like, if you've got to have so when it comes to creating a moral framework, generally that will be contingent on a philosophy of, or on a moral system that is guided by a certain philosophy. So you might say that harm is bad, in which case you might say something like, all harm towards humans is something that is bad, right? And then you'd go, that means that any harmful act, so whether that's by a god or by a human, is something that is bad. So therefore, if a god were to harm a whole lot of humans, that would be considered bad. And that's why people like Richard Dawkins say that in the Bible, God is pretty evil because, I mean, I don't. Do I have my Bible in? No, I don't have the Bible in there. Like, there's certain passages where God says, "Go kill all these people." I mean, that seems like a pretty evil God when you say that it's wrong to harm another human. So.
Stunned that the substance of the book was so empty and vacant. I also heard of a follow-up book by Dawkins that was promoted with the claim that it would contain evidence for evolution, called The Greatest Show on Earth. So I read that too. Again, I found a lack of substance that I'll talk about later on.
I mean, I haven't read that. I haven't read that book. I need to get round to reading The Selfish Gene, though. That would be an interesting book, because that's where he coined the term memes.
I began to see why he refuses to debate with creationists. Now, if you look closely at the top of this book cover, you'll see that Richard Dawkins is referred to as the most formidable intellect in public discourse. Wow, who am I to disagree with such a man? No, I'm not here to say that I'm smarter than Richard Dawkins. I'm here to tell you that I am right. And truth trumps genius. This is...
Okay. Like, that's a pretty arrogant way. I'm not smarter than that, but I am right. It's like, well, wouldn't you want to go ahead and get something like a PhD or publish a paper? Yeah, they're still going on about the God delusion. I read a bit of it, not a whole lot of it, but like I don't know if it's still relevant today. Like, I feel like there are far better ways of going about talking about religion than a book. Like, if Richard Dawkins was born today, then he would probably. Hold up, I'm just gonna let someone come on. Sorry, I misspelt. Oh, okay. So I just got a message from someone. The person that I left a link to their PayPal in the description, and they have reached the goal. So good job, everyone. You managed to help someone out, which is absolutely wonderful. Anyway, you hear what, Jesus?
Hello.
How's it going? You there? I guess. I'm not hearing you. You said hello before, and then.
You guys, but I hear.
Okay.
I'm well. How are you?
I am pretty good. I'm watching that video that you sent in.
Yeah, it's my favorite one.
And he's talking about how he may not be smarter than Richard Dawkins, but, you know, he's
He's right.
Yeah, he's right, apparently.
With no evidence, just he's right.
Yeah, well, you never know. Like, I can't remember what the substance of this video is, so he might provide evidence, or what he thinks is evidence, so we'll see.
Yeah, let's see.
It's a key concept that I want to convey. Even Richard Dawkins acknowledges that living systems have the appearance of design. Yet all you have to do is look at Dawkins and myself to realize that there are two radically different ways of looking at all this apparent design. Either everything came about by accident, or it came into being on purpose. Either it all happened.
Okay, so there is a difference between the appearance of design and design, right? Like, if I have
I agree.
Like, when it comes to something like, let's say that you're painting a painting, right? Or let's say that there's a painting, and there's a whole lot of different splotches of paint over it, but then it gets covered by a coat of white paint, and then a coat of red paint that sort of drips over the white paint, right? And this is not design at all. This is just the way that the painting happens to look. Now, you might say that it's got the appearance of design, but if you were to peel back the layers of paint, you'd then find the splotchy paint that was just come about from, random bits of paint falling on the canvas. Whereas when it comes to the red design, like, maybe this design looks like it was blood or something, and some people go, oh, that's a nice piece of art. It wasn't really designed that way, although even it may appear like it was designed that way.
What about clouds that have the appearance of animals or anything like that? Obviously, they weren't designed. They just appear to be something that we're used to seeing in real life.
Yeah. And the reason why appearance of design is so important is because it may look like humans have been designed, and sometimes even people that believe in evolution will say that humans have been designed by evolution. That's not a good way of looking at it, I think, because that still implies that there is a designer when you say evolution has designed us, because that's not really the right way to describe it. But the appearance of design is something that you can say, I think.
I mean, humans have been honed by nature for millions of years, so they do appear to be designed.
Yeah. I mean, we have adapted to live in the particular environment that we evolved in,
Right.
Which is why we can't live in space or anywhere that would just kill us.
Any of the other places God fine-tuned for us.
Yeah. All right, let's continue with this video. I've got it on 1.5 speed as well, so because last one was on 1.5 speed, and this is an hour long, so don't want to sit here for an hour. Seems like it could be painful for everyone.
Yes.
By natural law combined with random chance, or it was carefully directed by an intelligent mind. Either these complex mechanisms are merely an illusion of design, or they really are designed. Honest people can disagree on this.
So, first off, sorry to pause it so quickly after unpausing it, but when it comes to how complex humans are, yes, we are very complex, but how complex would a god have to be? Are you saying that humans are so complex, therefore something far more complex created humans?
Yeah, but that's special, because we don't want to admit that it's a special pleading fallacy to say that God exists and has always existed.
And Stringer News just pointed out, saying we can't go to space. Planet Walk 2020, every space denial will see it that way. God damn it. Yeah, they'll see it as a Freudian slip or something like that. Anyway, continue on. Let's see.
So how am I going to demolish evolution right now? Constructing a building takes many months, but demolition can happen in a matter of minutes. Remember that I said that atheists like Richard Dawkins freely admit that living systems look designed. In fact, they will marvel over this illusion. So it becomes evident to me that God has already made his case, just as it says in Romans 1. But keep in mind that for the atheist, evolution is the only game in town. There is no...
So just because someone say that it appears designed does not mean that they're saying that it is designed. That's not evidence that it is designed. Like, I could say, oh, this person appears like they are a very truthful person. However, they could be a liar. Like, have you never heard the term appearances can be deceiving?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
No rational basis for atheism without it. So demolishing evolution is the crucial first step to opening his eyes to the marvel of God. Fortunately, this is rather easy because evolution is surprisingly unscientific. So my strategy is this: to explain in simple terms exactly what the evolution model actually is. When you get the concept and understand the mechanism that evolutionists are proposing, it will fall of its own weight, and it will blow your mind that anyone ever believed it. Do you remember the story of the Emperor's New Clothes? As the story goes, you will recall that there were two swindlers who pretended to be selling an invisible suit of clothes to the king. They claimed that wise men could see the beauty of the garment, but to a fool, the clothes were completely invisible. Although he saw nothing, the king did not wish to be seen as a fool, so he pretended to actually see the non-existent suit. When the story was spread around, no one in the kingdom wanted to appear to be fools, so they also pretended to be able to see it. It was proposed that the king wear the magic clothes in a grand parade through the kingdom. During the parade, everyone continued to pretend that they could see the clothes on the king, except for one little boy who asked, "Mommy, why is the king naked?" Folks, this story is the basic idea of evolution demolition. We have a society of people who don't want to appear stupid, so they just buy into evolution without even understanding its simplest ideas.
So generally, when it comes to this kind of thing, there's a huge difference, right, between the Emperor's New Clothes and people that don't know a lot about evolution believing in evolution. When it comes to people that study evolution, they are experts in that field, right? And quite often, like for example, there are people that don't know how computers work, right? That doesn't mean that they're going to claim that computers run off magic or something like that. You know, it doesn't mean that they're going to try and debunk how computers work. I mean, sure, there are some people that don't believe in atoms, right? And so they think they know better than every chemist. But those are the, rather stupid people. When it comes to the standard person, they don't know. They haven't studied evolution or haven't thought too much about evolution either. So they'll be like, okay, well, I guess there are people that are much more certified in that, much more qualified in that field than I am. So I think it's fair to say that I can trust the people that are far more qualified than I am. And that's okay. Not everybody has to go ahead and be an expert in every field, right?
Yep, absolutely. And I'm going to bet what this guy's going to do is make up a bunch of strongman versions of evolution to show the people that follow him, who are, like you said, not experts in evolution, that it's false. But like I said, he's just going to show strongman versions and then knock them down.
Yeah. Although you've probably watched it, so, I mean, spoiler alert.
Maybe.
The Christian church is full of people who try to incorporate evolution into their theology, for no other reason than that they will look uneducated if they don't. But evolution is a hoax. All it takes is for you to ask the simplest questions, like the little boy at the parade, and you will demolish it. If a little dog can pull back the curtain, so can you, because truth trumps genius.
I mean...
Now, if you're going to be like the little boy at the parade, you need to be willing to...
First off, when it comes to the whole truth trumps genius, I mean, don't you think that it's more likely that you'll arrive at the truth if you are a genius? I don't know. It just seems like that's likely.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to bet, I would guess the smart person would know truth better than the dumb person.
Yeah. All right, so what is he saying about the Emperor's New Clothes again?
Question the experts. The first question to ask, and one to be asked all along the way, is this: do they really know, or is it speculation? Science is from a root word meaning knowledge. The search for this knowledge begins with the scientist making a guess or speculation about a potential truth. Keep in mind that only a small portion of these speculations turn out to be verified later on by direct observation or repeatable experiments. An expert is someone who's a better guesser than the next guy, but even the top experts make many more speculations than the facts they confirm. Just like the best baseball player in the world gets far fewer hits than outs. Sometimes scientists dishonestly pretend that their speculations are science, and then arrogantly expect us to accept them without verification.
Back off, man. I'm a scientist.
This is
So, firstly, when it comes to, like, he showed a whole lot of things on there, and he said that, I can't remember the exact words, but he basically, I might rewind because I can't remember the exact words that he said. There was something.
speculations turn out to be verified later on by direct observation or repeatable experiments.
Okay, so he said about guesses being verified by later observations. So yeah, that does happen in. So that does happen with evolution. Like you can look at Charles Darwin made some guesses that were later verified by observation, and there's heaps of various things that were said. Oh, this should exist. Then we've found that they do exist. So
Yeah.
that is something that that we have found. Now, when it comes to things that he's saying, we'll make guesses, and sometimes they won't be true. But you know what we do when we make guesses that aren't true? We say, okay, the guess must have been wrong. And I've got to say that Stringer News is absolutely correct. Java Man did evolve from C++ Man. So, yeah, we'll continue on with...
An expert is someone who's a better guesser than the next guy, but even the top experts make many more speculations than the facts they confirm. Just like the best baseball player in the world gets far fewer hits than outs. Sometimes scientists dishonestly pretend that their speculations are science, and then arrogantly expect us to accept them without verification.
Back off, man. I'm a scientist.
This is actually a real problem that is rampant in scientific circles and becomes very deceptive. In your own mind, it's essential that you sort out the real science from the speculations. Far too many scientists mix the two together for public consumption. Here's a great example of what I'm talking about from the cover of National Geographic in July of 2010. The sensational headline says, 4-million-year-old woman, and you see what appears to be a very old skull. Well, first of all, you should know that this is not a skull at all, but is a plastic computer simulation from a very few bone fragments. And even the speculated skull looks more like an ape than a woman to me. Secondly, they have no idea how old those few bone fragments actually are, because there is no radiometric method in science that can date fossils at 4 million years. Carbon-14 dating goes back thousands, not millions of years, and other
Wait, what?
radiometric techniques only can be applied to igneous rocks, not fossils. The 4-million-year date is based entirely on the assumptions of evolution and nothing more. So, after a second look, this magazine cover looks much more like...
Okay, so when it comes to verifying the age of fossils, he just said that it can be applied to igneous rock, right? It's not like they actually decided, okay, we'll date the actual fossil that we can't date because of these this, that, and the next thing. They probably...
Because there's no carbon in it.
Yeah, they probably dated the rocks around it. So to go, okay, well, this is made of igneous rock. We can date that, and it comes up as 4 million years old.
But he just thinks scientists guess. 4 million sounds good. Let's just do
that. So someone just someone just showed a screenshot, and it had the little kid from the video. They said, "What?" So they obviously didn't quite understand the context of what I'm showing here. That's pretty funny. I'll get back to them after the stream.
like speculation than fact. It's an even greater problem with reporters who write articles. Beware of articles where you read the words scientists say, or experts say, or 140 million years ago. You should be questioning all these kinds of unsupported statements. More often than not, such sweeping, unsupported words are based on nothing more than the author's evolution-assumed belief system.
No. When it comes to scientific articles, the reason why it says scientists say or experts say is because they're trying to relay information that is often quite complex to normal people, right? If if I want to say something, if I want to convey a complex idea, right? Let's say I want to convey something about quantum physics, or quantum physics is probably a good one, and I want to try and convey it to normal people. I'm not going to say, well, so the atoms that were smashed together in the Large Hadron Collider produce this particular wave pattern, or whatnot upon measuring. No, I'm going to just go, well, scientists say this is what they found. Because most people don't understand complex scientific topics. They just understand English. Except for people that only understand other languages, like Mandarin or Japanese. But when it comes to English-speaking people, they generally only understand English and not technical jargon or scientific jargon.
Right, and that's the point of this, which is that National Geographic is not a scientific journal. It's a scientific magazine for the population, the lay public, who's interested in scientific topics. So these reporters, that's what a good reporter does. They report on what they found. Scientists say this, and so that's what I'm reporting on. Yeah. What does he expect them to say?
Maybe he expects them to give like 500 references or whatnot in like a standard scientific article.
Yeah.
Some years ago, when my daughter was in a biology course, I thumbed through her biology textbook, and I was stunned to read these words. In fact, birds' feathers evolved from reptilian scales. Folks, do you know that with hundreds of thousands of fossils found, not one fossil has ever been found between a scale and a feather? There are zero facts to substantiate this speculation, and it is anything but science. Yet we find such giant leaps of faith in science literature all the time.
How does he know that?
Yeah, like when it comes to things, there are more ways to test whether something came from one thing than just like, oh, here's a half feather, half scale. It's like, well, if you were to actually look into literature a bit more, then you might find these things. Now, I'll admit I don't know exactly what the reasoning is, and it may be that the reasoning is on shaky grounds, but when it comes to the reasoning, it's probably far more complex than, oh yeah, we just guessed it. You know?
Yes, and he's doing the same thing he's warning us about. He's saying there's no evidence for this, without demonstrating that there's no evidence, or that he's even looked into it, or that he's found any evidence against it. He's just saying that there is none. I take my word for it, because I'm right.
Yeah. Like, I could Google it right now. We've got this great thing called Google. Did feathers evolved from scales? Okay, it says human hair, bird feathers came from reptile scales, and it says these structures appear to have evolved from a single ancestor, a reptile that lived 300 million years ago, according to new research. And when was this published? This was published in 2016.
So you're saying they didn't just guess and make it up? I can't believe that.
Oh, here we go. You want to know how they found it? They found that the genes for developing hair in mammals, claws in birds, and reptiles are the same.
So yeah, you have some evidence there, is what you're saying.
Yeah. You know,
interesting.
It says, actually, that's later on in the article. I missed the part where it says, to find out, the team looked at embryos of bearded dragons, Nile crocodiles, and corn snakes. In contrast with the previous research, the team found that the reptiles formed play codes, as it reports today in Science Advances. I feel like I've missed some important things. Okay, so they used combinations of embryos, genes, and other things. And you know what? That was a Google search.
Right.
A Google search will provide you with the information that he's trying to debunk. You know?
Yeah, that's what I mean. He doesn't. He's doing the same thing he's trying to warn us about.
Yeah.
Words mean things. The first word to clarify is the word evolution itself. I heard one evolutionist tell me that the meaning of evolution is simply change. Folks, this is not a helpful definition. Both creationists and evolutionists believe that things change. However we define evolution, we know it involves more than this. One difficulty we need to overcome is that there are different kinds of evolution. One of the most important kinds of evolution is known as abiogenesis.
Okay, so first off, let's go ahead and define evolution for him. So when it comes to evolution, it just doesn't simply mean change. It's more change over time. Well, when it comes to evolution, generally people will be talking about things like natural selection. So it means a change in a species over time to fit the environment that it is in, right? And to compete with other organisms that are also changing, right?
Yes. Can I just say maybe duende, which means maybe dwarf in Spanish. I don't know what that name is about, but saying change in allele frequencies over time. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a change in the frequency of the alleles and the genes.
Yeah.
Over time.
So, we could. And also, abiogenesis is not evolution. Abiogenesis is something separate from evolution. Like, abiogenesis can be completely false, and evolution would still be a fact. Right?
Agreed.
Because...
evolution doesn't say anything about the beginning of life, where it came from.
Yeah. Like, you could have your... You could have your god create all life that was on Earth using... to basically create the first life that was on Earth, right? And then just disappear, and your god would still be around because things would still evolve,
Mm-hmm.
And it really irks me when people say, abiogenesis is evolution. And so if we can disprove abiogenesis, then we can disprove evolution. And that's not the way that it works.
Nope.
Has to do with how the first living thing came to be. This kind of evolution assumes that random chance and natural processes somehow brought the first life into existence from non-life, rather than by intentional design of an intelligent mind. The popular idea is that billions of years ago there was a primordial goo that happened to come together at just the right temperature with lightning and all the right chemicals and speculated gases to form amino acids. Amino acids would be important because they make up proteins which make up living tissue. Back in 1953, the famous Miller-Urey experiment was done in an attempt to prove that simple amino acids could form by themselves, naturally. It was boasted that the experiment was a success, but it was a grand failure on many levels. Like any mixture of amino acid molecules left to itself, half of those molecules in the mix had a backwards molecular structure, and these backwards amino acid molecules block the formation of functional proteins like a poison. Even worse, the byproducts of the soup they made were even more toxic. So if anything, Miller and Urey proved that if the amino acids found in living things formed by some natural means, this wasn't it. Thus, the experiment...
So there's a couple of things to point out here. His experiment has been replicated a fair number of times. And secondly, that's just one small experiment. Like, it took... How long did it take for... how long did it take for life to appear on Earth? Wasn't it like 500 million years?
Between the formation of the Earth and the appearance of the first life?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Yeah, well, when it comes to... I'm pretty sure it was like 500 million years. Right? So trying to just spontaneously create life in a lab isn't going to simply arise, isn't going to simply arise from one experiment. It's going to take a fair bit of time. And
right.
As Stringer News once said, toxic to what? Is it toxic to life like our life form? Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's toxic to something that hasn't even that is only has a few different functions, right? Now, if it was toxic to... now, if it degraded the proteins, then, yeah, maybe that would be something. But it doesn't seem like it did.
Right. And even things like oxygen can be toxic to life, but obviously it's the dose that matters, and we need oxygen to survive. And besides that, like you said, there have been many thousands of other experiments besides Miller and Urey that have proved many different things can happen without a God's intervention, like the formation of a cell wall lipid bilayer, amino acids, RNA polymer chains. There's just been thousands of different experiments that can show some of the different steps on the way to the formation of life. Maybe we haven't figured them all out yet, but every day new ones are being done.
Yeah, I also dislike when they say about non-life becoming life, right? Because this irks me, because when it comes to is a virus non-life?
Good question.
Right? Because if a virus is non-life, then we can say, well, there are cases in which a virus turns into life. That would be a case of non-life turning into life. Because when it comes to a virus, some of them integrate into your... some of them integrate their... I think it's... I can't remember... I think it might be RNA or... I don't think it would be RNA, because RNA isn't... Somehow they get integrated into the genetic code, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, therefore, a virus has just turned a non-life part of itself into life by incorporating itself into life, right? That's if you consider a virus to be non-life. But then we can also take other things like more simple examples, like breathing, where when you breathe, some of the molecules will be incorporated into your body. If you drink, some of the molecules will be incorporated into your body. The molecules themselves are non-living, whereas but when they are incorporated into your body and become part of your become part of you, then technically they could be considered a part of a living thing. So,
right, you can take it down to the atomic level. Atoms aren't living.
Yeah,
but we're all made of them.
Yeah, so it really makes no sense when people say, "Oh, non-life things coming from or life coming from non-life," because a lot of things are non-life that make up life. It's really just a straw man way of saying, non-life can't create life. You need life to create life. And it's like, and yeah, just irks me.
Right. It's I think Kent Hovind's favorite phrase is, "Do you believe your grandfather came from a rock?" Because that's what evolution teaches.
Yeah, like they go to such they create so many straw men.
Experiment fell flat, trying to jump the very first hurdle of many thousands of hurdles that would need to be jumped before the components for life could even exist, let alone assemble themselves, animate themselves, and reproduce themselves. But here's the dirty little secret about abiogenesis. There is no theory in science for abiogenesis. There is no serious model explaining how life from non-life could happen. None. Oh yes, there are scientists who have made unsupported guesses about how a particular component, such as the complex RNA molecule, mysteriously built itself. But unsupported guesses are as far as they ever get, because they can't even force that first step to occur artificially, let alone naturally.
Well, when it comes to these things, it's, you got computer models. Now, I will say that abiogenesis is much less supported than the theory of evolution, because when it comes to evolution, there's heaps of evidence supporting that. When it comes to abiogenesis, that is a tricky thing. So, yeah, there has to be a few guesses, because, it's not like we've got 500 million years to just sit around watching some lifeless stuff,
Right. and his position here is that scientists say with 100% certainty that abiogenesis is the answer and that's what happened. No, scientists are doing experiments to try to understand how it may have happened.
Oh, and Mandelbrot said early unicellular life did not leave fossils, and that is a good point. You know, we can't just go to the fossil record and go, oh, okay, obviously this is how it came to be because of the fossil. No, we can't do that. And even before unicellular life, you know. Oh, and one person just said we make a few guesses about what happened 200 years ago too. Yeah. Does that mean those guesses are wrong? No.
Right.
Complex molecules would have to materialize before biological evolution could ever get started. But what is the mechanism? What is the model? There are impossibilities everywhere that have never been addressed. DNA is required to build proteins, but proteins are required to make DNA. Or what about the ATP synthase molecule made of thousands of atoms perfectly put together as a highly efficient proton-powered rotary engine in one enzyme molecule? ATP synthase is a relatively recent discovery by Boyer and Walker, and this hyper-complex molecule that manufactures energy currency essential for any kind of life had to form itself before evolution could even start. But how? It's a more amazing motor than anything ever designed by man, but it had to miraculously build itself without the benefit of any life.
Okay, so when it comes to ATP synthase, there's a couple of... I'm pretty sure that they're talking about the this one that powers the flagellum or in certain bacterium. I'm pretty sure when it comes to these things, when you break them down to various components, they can have other uses, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, I may be wrong on this one because... Wait, let me search ATP synthase. Oh. Enzyme that creates the energy storage molecule and design triphate, forming it to... Okay, that's a very complex thing. Wording. Now, it might be that it can only arise... that it can't... It could be that this can't be broken down into anything else. But...
No, I've seen that. I've seen some information on that as well. This doesn't stump scientists. This only stumps this guy.
Yeah. Like, when it comes to most things that creationists say is... when it comes to most things that people say, it's... there's something... complexity,
irreducible complexity.
That's it, right? They say that certain things are irreducibly complex, right? And it's like, no, an eye isn't irreducibly complex because you can break it down into less complex things, right? Like when I'm writing a program, I'm not thinking about the complexity of the entire program. I'm just thinking about the complexity of the components of the program, right? Now, sure, it wouldn't be from... Now, sure, the when it comes to the entire program, like if a part was missing, it might not be quite as fun, but it still can function without certain parts to it. And, you know, when it comes to people writing a program, we don't just build the entire program and then be like, okay, does this work? We build components to a program and we go, okay, does this work? Does this work? Does this work? And sometimes we do an unnecessary amount of testing to make sure that it's working at each different step, right? And it can be seen as some kind of form of evolution, where you can take away certain parts and it will still work. May not work as well as as you'd want it to, but it still works.
Right. And the same has been shown with almost every example of irreducible complexity that these people bring up, like the eye, like you said, and even this flagellar motor.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the flagellum motor. I think the flagellum motor might be another one. But I know that the flagella motor has different uses aside from just being a flagella motor. At least when you take away other components to it.
Form to build it. On top of all this, there's not even a guess for putting millions of such parts together and starting it up. So with all the talk and Star Trek episodes notwithstanding, I've got to ask a question. What theory of abiogenesis? There is none. What? You mean atheists like Dawkins and TV personalities like Chris Matthews and Bill Maher, who ridicule creationists for being superstitious simpletons, are themselves betting the farm on a complete fantasy without any science whatever? Yes, that's exactly what they're doing.
There is a difference between people that support abiogenesis compared to the people that support evolution. When it comes to abiogenesis, surely not everyone that supports abiogenesis is going out and researching it, but it's being researched. When it comes to creationists, they're not researching creationism. Like, their research amounts to flat Earth research, right? When it comes to flat Earth research, it's like, I watched a YouTube video.
I mean armchair research.
Yeah. When it comes to people researching abiogenesis, they actually try to recreate the conditions of early Earth to try and work out, okay, this is how this could have happened. They don't just say, they don't just say, all right, I guess the Bible of atheism says this, therefore it is correct.
Were you there?
Yeah.
We have a book that says we were there.
And Stringer News says that Chris Matthews is a devout Catholic. Oh, really? That's rather interesting. All right.
Primary thing atheists hang their hat on is abiogenesis.
No.
And there's no such
not.
thing.
What?
For the sake of argument, let's assume that we didn't just demolish abiogenesis. Let's assume that somehow the first living cell popped into existence. And so we need to discuss a second kind of evolution theory, neo-Darwinism. Darwin never addressed the origin of life, but rather the origin of diverse species. This kind of evolution theory asks how simple life forms became complex life forms. Now, it may
I like how he just admitted that the previous argument was a straw man because, Darwin never addressed the origin of life, just the origin of species.
Right.
Because Darwin didn't know anything about genetics. All he knew is that his idea was basically natural selection, or evolution via natural selection. Things randomly mutate, and therefore, when it comes to these mutations, some of them may be beneficial, some of them may not be beneficial. The more beneficial ones will help the species survive. The least beneficial ones will die off. Now let's see how he manages to butcher this.
surprise some to know that Darwin knew nothing about genetics, but today evolutionists have incorporated genetics in.
At least he mentioned something that I mentioned.
It's like exactly the same sentence you said.
Yeah.
To his theory. So now it's called neo-Darwinism. The idea is that life began as one simple cell which started the so-called tree of life, evolving and branching out into the many species we have today. More importantly, neo-Darwinian evolution is all about genetic information. As our understanding of the nucleus of the living cell has taken giant leaps over the last 40 years, we now know that in the development of living things, information runs the show, as Dr. Stephen Meyer puts it. The genetic instructions contained in a single human DNA molecule is beyond anything we previously would have imagined. 3 billion pairs of nucleobases in a single molecule. Each nucleobase itself is a small molecule and functions like a letter in a 4-letter alphabet. That's equivalent to a library of approximately 10,000 books, all contained within one human DNA molecule. Somehow we went from 0 to 10,000 books worth of information. The obvious question is, where did all this information come from? By the way, there's a word you should know.
Okay, so first off, before we... so yes, there is a lot of information in the human genome. However, a lot of that information is useless. Or at least useless to the functioning of humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of the useless information is somewhat useful. So, depends what you define as useful. So, some of it is in I think it's the telomeres of the chromosomes, meaning that because when it comes to telomeres, they shorten over the human lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to the human code, like a lot of it is various things that we don't even use. So if there's a bit of code that does something, and then another bit of code that does something, there'll be some space in between that code that doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm. There's genes that have been deactivated.
Yeah.
There are pieces of retroviruses that were inserted millions of years ago and can be traced along other evolutionary lines as well.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of information. Like, people, like creationists like to say that it's a very complex and has a lot of genetic code. Yes, we've got a lot of genetic code inside of us. However, this genetic code isn't all functional. I think it's about 8% at most is functional.
And he's not telling us any reason why. The only reason he has to not believe it is because of his incredulity. It's so big, it's impossible. He doesn't have brought up any science or tried to dispute it in any way that can be tested or anything.
Yeah. So we'll continue a bit and see what he has to say.
It comes up frequently with regard to information. It's the word genome. Genome is basically another word for genetic information. It's important to realize that it includes not only the instructions that control an organism, but also the hereditary information that may not be in use, but which will be passed down to subsequent generations. Now, you are bound to hear neo-Darwinists using two other critical terms, microevolution and macroevolution.
No. Just no.
Yeah, I mean, that's called projection. You're talking about yourself.
Generally, if I were to say microevolution or macroevolution, the only the only way in which I'd use it is if I'm talking to a creationist.
Exactly.
These are creationist words. One person says, quick question, didn't Jesus miraculously appear? I mean, there was nothing, followed by a far-fetched explanation involving the Holy Spirit getting #MeToo'd. And I mean, you're what, Jesus? So what do you have to say about that?
What Jesus? I'm not familiar. Yeah, I mean, again, this guy, he has no counter theory to anything. He has a religious belief and doesn't want you to believe in the science, so he'll just try to break it apart. He's got it's like the flat earthers. They have no working model of flat earth. They just don't want you to believe in the globe earth.
Anyway, let's see what he has to say.
These two terms are very troubling. At best, they are misleading, and at worst, patently dishonest. The reason I consider them to be so insidious is because of the assumptions behind them. Micro means small scale, and macro means large scale. But when evolutionists frame the issue in quantitative terms like this, they are engaging in sleight of hand. If we accept this trickery, and then the evidence for tiny genetic changes are presented, we will also have to accept
evolutionists
that
don't say this.
Accumulate. However, we're not talking about different amounts of genetic change, we're talking about different kinds of genetic change. The issue is the direction, not the scale. Small genetic changes are indeed occurring with virtually every new generation of an organism.
So, I'm not even sure what to say about this when it comes to the... So yeah, it is definitely to do with scale. Like, if I make tiny changes to something, given enough time, those tiny changes will be huge. Right?
Yeah.
This is called breeding, but these changes merely remix genetic information that already exists. This should be called horizontal evolution, not micro.
No, it doesn't just remix information that doesn't exist when something actually... Have you heard of Down syndrome? Like, Down syndrome is when an entirely new chromosome, or not entirely new, but a whole chromosome is duplicated, right? Now, this may be... Now, he may consider this remixing of genetic information, but if you alter that chromosome over time, then it will become a completely different chromosome.
Microevolution. Evolutionists are suggesting that by adding together lots of instances of microevolution, we can assume that it ultimately results in macroevolution. They expect to get a big glass of orange juice by crushing a lot of little apples. But what they call macroevolution should really be called vertical evolution.
Okay, so I'll continue.
As I said, the amount of the change is not the point, but the direction. Vertical evolution must add bits of new ingredients, new information to the genome, not merely remix the old. Such new genetic information is what evolutionists have never shown us. When an evolutionist says they have evidence for genetic change, it's always merely a remixing of information that already exists in the genome. Sure, the mix of Darwin's Galapagos finch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to make you pause this, but this makes me crazy because this argument doesn't make any sense. We know already that the genetic code is 4 molecules, and they each, have the first letter of the name, A, C, T, and G. That he knows that. He told us that already. That is what evolution is. It shuffles them around. It's like saying you can't get any new words by shuffling letters around. Yes, you can. That's how you make new words. You use the letters that we have, and you put them into different orders, and that's how you create new information. And that's how you make new molecules are made out of atoms. And we only have the set of atoms in the periodic table, but you can use them to make new molecules.
Yeah.
This argument doesn't make any sense.
Like if I make the word fleetomet, right? That's a word that I just made up. However, it's using the existing alphabet.
That's not a new word. You just shuffled around old letters.
Yeah. And we can also take other words, right? Like, for example, we can take words... language evolution. So, aqueduct, right? That's not a new word. Because it's taking the words aqua and duct from a previous language. I can't remember the exact... I know that aqua has something to do with water. I can't remember what duct means. But when it comes to the word reverse, that's not a new word. That has its origins in Latin. Yeah, when it comes to things, there's heaps of different ways in which information is changed, which does... So you may have the duplication of a chromosome, you may have a particular mutation, so a mutation might result in either a gene being... A mutation might result in a gene being switched off, or it might result in a gene being switched on. It may result in the adding of information that doesn't even change anything. But eventually,
that's right.
You have enough mutations, and eventually that mutation will change something important. And that may result in a larger beak or a smaller beak, like what he's showing on screen. Duct is channel. Okay. So when it comes to these things, it's just, it may result in something useful, it may result in something not useful. However, it really just comes down to when are you defining new information as new information. Like if I go ahead and write a book, and during subsequent reprints of the book gets altered ever slightly, and we go 50 million years in the future, the book is unrecognizable as the original book. Is that no longer the original information? Well, most people would say, yes, it's no longer the original information, or maybe there might be new information added compared to the original. However, when did that new information get added? Over a long time, a lot of people might say. However, you wouldn't be able to point to an exact instance of where a creationist, at least, would say, that was new information. You know, if you changed like only a letter each time you change, the book changes, then yeah.
Yes, I agree. And this is how languages evolve. There's no first person to speak Spanish all of a sudden out of Latin. Slowly over time, the words and pronunciation changes from one to the other, and you can trace it.
Yeah. So, yeah, hopefully that argument has been hopefully that has been addressed thoroughly.
Weeks changed back and forth between thick and pointed as the food supply varied. So what? This is horizontal remixing of existing information, not anything new that wasn't already in the genome. Even the tiniest amounts of vertical evolution have never been observed and confirmed. So here's the point. Horizontal evolution isn't evolution. Vertical evolution isn't science.
So, yeah, basically so, I think when he's talking about horizontal evolution, at best, he could be talking about allele frequency, right? Because I can accept allele frequency being horizontal evolution, right? Because that does make sense. But when it comes to what he's saying is vertical evolution, so that sounds like mutations. Now, if there's a mutation that persists throughout a gene pool, like let's say let's say that there's a mutation that allows people to, I don't know, drink milk beyond a certain age. That's a very interesting mutation. Mm-hmm. Now, that mutation won't suddenly get reversed back to the way that it was, especially if it enters every single, especially if it is incorporated into every single individual in a population. So if every individual in the population has a particular mutation, that mutation will never go back to the way that it was. Now, well, it could, but it's very highly unlikely, right? You'd need to have a mutation at the exact point in which it mutated to cause that mutation to occur. At the exact point. So, and that's right, assuming that it was a single letter mutation. Right. If it was multiple mutations across the gene, you would have to have all those, like let's say it was adds in like 20 different letters across a single part of a gene, right? You'd have to have 20, to go back, you would have to have 20 mutations take place across every single point that it did. And all those mutations would have to remove a letter. That takes a long... that would statistically never happen. Now, some people might say...
Go ahead, sorry.
Now, creationists may say, well, it would statistically never happen that 20 letters would be added in that way to create something useful. And to that I say, well, actually, there's another part of evolution, which is natural selection. You know, that natural selection explains why things that are useful would stay and why things that are not useful would die off. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, so you don't see things, quote unquote, de-evolving because, and then that's not even accounting for things like ERVs. You know, like if an ERV inserts itself into the genome and that ERV provides some useful benefits to the genetic code, well, you're never going to see that get yeeted from the genome.
Right.
So, you know. Anyway, see what else I have to say.
Yeah.
Before we examine the evolution model itself, we need to look at a couple of errors that evolutionists often make with word meanings. Many people seem to equate the idea of natural selection with evolution. Even Richard Dawkins appears to make this mistake. Natural selection, also known as survival of the fittest, is a principle of natural breeding, but it is not synonymous with evolution. Creationists...
Okay, so when it came to not Richard Dawkins, Darwin, that was basically his take on evolution, was that it was natural selection. Now, obviously, it is an incomplete explanation for why everything... it's an incomplete mechanism for why everything has different things, but it is a part of evolution. Like, you can't just talk about evolution and not mention natural selection.
Of course, yep. That's the origin of species.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean the book. I mean, that is literally his mechanism for the origin of species.
Yeah.
Don't disagree with natural selection. They disagree with evolution. Natural selection is one part of the evolution model, but the problem is with the rest of the model, not the natural selection part. Natural selection simply means that weaker members of any given population tend to be the ones that die first, leaving the stronger members to be perpetuated in the next generation.
It just means, like, I like how they say the weaker members, right?
Yeah. What is that? Not what it says at all.
It means that the organisms that are more fit for survival have better odds of surviving and passing their genes on, which can mean any number of things. Like, it could mean that if you are able to get food better, if you're able to avoid predators better, like, if you may be weak, but you may be completely invisible to predators because you can camouflage very well, right? It doesn't.
It has nothing to do with physical strength. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably not the crux of his argument, but it just irks me when people do. When people say survival of the fittest is, or natural selection is just survival of the fittest, and the strongest should survive.
Because it brings up feelings of social Darwinism, which we feel these days in a modern society is unfair.
Yeah.
So he's turning people against the theory of biological evolution by equating it to social Darwinism, which is not the same thing.
Things die. A pretty obvious truth. But understand that natural selection is a destructive principle, not a creative principle. It's all about death. Natural selection does not create viable information, but destroys non-viable information. You might also take note that natural selection requires...
Okay, so one of the things that I'm going to point out, because he's probably going to use this dismissal to say, well, evolution has no way in which... he's probably going to use this principle to say evolution has no way in which it can guide itself. Like, I feel like that's what he's going to do. I don't know if that is. But if he does, then, I mean, this is how it guides itself, by destroying... Because when it comes to information that is created that is not useful, right? Or when it comes to a mutation that is not useful, it gets killed off via natural selection. It's a process.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if he brings that up. And if he brings it up, I'm going to be like, I called it. And if I forget to say that I called it, then, yeah, remind me.
There's a reproductive system, since the process is all about what's left to the next generation. So here's a little question for evolutionists. How could the first reproductive system evolve, since natural selection couldn't be operating yet? Evolutionists tend to equate two other terms, intelligence...
What?
I don't know. I feel like this is another thing that these people say all the time, which their idea is that there's one single individual who popped into existence already, as I don't want to say a fully formed organism, but, they imagine that there was one human that was born from an ape. Well, how did that happen? That's not what happened. Nobody says that. Evolution doesn't say that's what happened.
Yeah.
Every life form is a modified version of its predecessor. That's it.
Yeah. Like, when it comes to evolution, there's a whole lot of when it comes to evolution, like when it comes to life in general, life is able to replicate its genetic material. All you need is that to have things start evolving, right? Mm-hmm. If something can replicate its genetic material, or even incorporate new genetic material into it, so let's say it's just looking for base pairs and or looking for the different letters to put into it, because I know that the different molecules to make new base pairs, right? If it's just looking for that, it's it is able to then go ahead and create something new. Like, all you need is that to be able to start evolution, because eventually, if you've got a whole lot of genetic material just lying around, and you have something that's putting that genetic material together, you are going to get evolution, or you're going to get something that should eventually start creating proteins and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
As long as you have a living organism that's existing in an environment which provides selective pressures, you'll have evolution.
Yeah. So we'll continue for a bit. Let's see.
Design and creation. Intelligent design is a scientific hypothesis, like evolution. It says nothing about God or religion, but stops short of that. It simply says that genetic information comes from some kind of intelligent source rather than a random source. All creationists are proponents of intelligent design, but all proponents of intelligent design are not necessarily biblical creationists. When evolutionists equate the two terms, it puts their bias and their fear on display. Intelligent design is not a religious theory, but they fear that it will lead to the ultimate conclusion that they are accountable to their creator. So in this sense, intelligent...
Yeah.
He just debunked himself. Like, if intelligent design is not is not creationism, however, accepting intelligent design will mean that you'll be come to the conclusion that you're held accountable to your creator.
Right, but they're not the same thing.
That just creationism?
Right.
That's why people equate the two, because accepting intelligent design, like he pointed out, usually means that you'll be led to the conclusion of creationism.
Of course. That's what he means by it. I don't know why he thinks that's not what it means, but that's what he means by it.
That's why the two are often lumped together. And most of the people... And besides, like, creationists... Like, when you talk about creationism... Like, what other mechanism are you proposing? Like, oh, hold up. What mechanism does intelligent design have? Like, what theories... proven theories does it have, apart from everything looks designed, so therefore it must be designed? That's not a
forgetting about the theory of magic.
Like, is that it? And just because everything looks designed doesn't mean that it is designed, because there are some stuff that isn't designed. There's a particular nerve that goes from the larynx to the brain.
Yeah. The recurrent laryngeal nerve.
Yeah, and have you heard of giraffes?
I have heard of giraffes.
Yeah, I have too. Wonderful creatures, and with
beautiful.
And it goes around the heart. And every mammal, the laryngeal nerve goes around the heart. Now, in a giraffe, the heart is in the body like most mammals, and so it goes from the larynx down the long neck, around the heart to the brain. And in fish, this makes perfect sense, because the most direct path from the brain to the larynx is through that part. Through that part of the body, but in a mammal, it doesn't make sense, because we've evolved to be different to fish. Something that they
and that only makes sense in evolution, because through small changes over time, you can see how it would get hooked around the aorta as the head gets pulled away from the torso. It doesn't make sense to be intelligently designed that way, especially in an animal like a giraffe. And furthermore, I think scientists say this is probably true of all tetrapods, which includes the four-legged dinosaurs. So even, 4 or 5 times longer than a giraffe's neck you would have in an Apatosaurus and an Argentinosaurus, where that nerve is going all the way down the neck, around the aorta of the heart, and all the way back up the neck to get to the larynx, which is only, half a meter away from its brain.
Yeah, although Dinosaurs don't exist, remember?
Sorry. Sorry. You're right.
Anyway, let's continue on and see what they have to say.
Design is as big a problem to them as creation is. It's not that these smart people can't see the distinction, it's that they won't see the distinction. The last word meaning I want to talk about is crucial to understand. Like natural selection, mutations are an important part of the evolution model. A mutation is an event in which genetic information is scrambled or damaged. A mutation can be caused by radiation or poison or other things that disturb the DNA code. A mutation is not good, but harmful, because it makes chaos out of order. It is a genetic accident that randomizes a portion of the information. Evolution has become such a part of our culture that many people think mutations are productive things, but this is not true. Let me show you what a mutation is not. Mutations do not create new genetic programming or add superhuman powers to the genome. A mutation is a genetic accident. A portion of the design is ruined, and things don't work quite the way they were intended. A real
Okay, so first...
mutation is a very sad thing, most of the time making chaos out of order within the genome will kill. If the damage is minimal, it will only harm a portion of the code, as in this case of a baby born with 3 arms. But do not be misled. Mutations destroy information. They do not create it.
Okay, so... he kind of pointed out what I was going to, but he didn't quite. He basically said, oh, mutations only ruin information. Okay. So what about when it comes to organisms like, I don't know, we could take... I don't want to use a non-life example, so let's take bacteria that mutates into a superbug. You know those bacteria that become resistant to antibiotics?
Mm-hmm.
And just something out there, PSA for everyone, do not use antibiotics if you do not need them. It annoys me when someone uses an antibiotic to treat a flu or a cold. That really irks me. So please don't use antibiotics if you don't need them. You know, drug-resistant bacteria is a useful mutation. And the fact that we've got superbugs, they are useful mutations.
Mm-hmm. To them.
Yeah. Now, yes, certain things can mutate and then become detrimental, right? But not every mutation is detrimental.
That's right. His little animation of what mutations are is not accurate at all. His animation was like little bullets coming and hitting DNA strands and destroying them.
Yeah. Like, it may damage... You may have parts of DNA damaged, like you may have a particular thing removed, but that could make something better, you know? And you can have new genetic information inserted, which may make something better. The things that aren't better, though, get kicked out of the gene pool. Like when Pika Pup said, isn't mutation new information? The fact that it's a mutation means it's not happened before, so it's new. Many cause an effect to be bad, so it's trial and error with mutations, or so I believe. Yeah, like, in a way, it is new information. Although, obviously, he has some kind of distinction between mutation and new information. Because, obviously, he thinks that they're something different. When in fact, you know, mutations do, in a way, add new information. But, you know...
It's been shown many times in the lab, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Biologists have been slow to pick up on something that information scientists now confirm. Every living cell contains thousands of tiny computers operating on the genetic and environmental information provided. These things are not just like computers. They literally are computers. Most of us have our own electronic computers with these things inside. A hard drive. Large amounts of information are stored on magnetic media such as this. Do you have any idea what would happen if... Do you think? This is the perfect way to illustrate what a mutation does. Let's say that I thought one of those software programs on the hard disk needed improving, so I took this magnet and touched it ever so slightly on the hard drive in the exact spot where the program was located. Okay, so then let's try running the computer to see if the software has any new features. What do you think my chances would be? What if I tried it over and over, billions of times? Would I ever get luck?
I have a perfect debunk to this. Alright, so this person obviously hasn't seen some programs which I've run on my computer. I can probably pull it up. I think it's this here. I think it's this here. Oh, this is something different. That wasn't quite what I was looking for.
While you're looking for that, I have a question for you.
This is the one that I was looking for. Yeah.
Why does God's perfect creation sometimes have 3 arms or 3 chromosomes or 1 eye? Or why is God's perfect creation prone to scurvy, for example?
Does God get scurvy? This is probably the distinction that he's trying to make between intelligent design and the distinction that he's trying to make between intelligent design and creationism. But yeah, I don't think God gets scurvy. Although some people might say, okay, so let's delete that. I'll add a joint over here, add a joint over here, joint over here, bone. Alrighty, so as you can see, this is a very rudimentary creature thing, right? So let's evolve this. So this is something that is completely random. This is what's called a neural network, right? So what we see here is we see these creatures that try to get as far as they can. Now these creatures do some very interesting things. They, as you can see, some of them are exploiting the physics engine here. Now, what they do to get this is they take the best creatures that have done. They take the creatures that have done the best, and then they use that creature to. They basically build upon that creature, which is why you get some really. You basically got the creatures here exploiting the physics engine, right? That's literally what it seems that they're doing. But this is taking something and randomizing how it works to try and make something better. And you get some very interesting things. Like, this is evolution.
And then the best one is kept, which is selection. This is the selection process.
Yeah.
And it's the basis for the next one. It's like the next generation in a real live organism.
Unfortunately, it seems as though this is just exploiting. It looks like it's just exploiting the physics engine here to try and get further.
Peter Beale says, "Checkmate, Globetards."
Yeah, but
who designed the software?
And that is the problem of that abiogenesis is trying to solve, right? Sure, there's where things came to be in the first place, how did all these neural networks come to be? But that is more the issue of how it came to be in the first place. It doesn't so much solve this. I'm going to create a new creature because this one is it's just not working. Like, let's delete.
It's evolving into a chair.
Yeah, like, let's see. Joint here, move that there. Or joint. Oh, we'll go bone from here to here. And then we'll add a few muscles in.
Why is God's perfect creation prone to mutation?
Alright, so as you can see, we have some very stupid creatures here. Depending on your definition of stupid. Like, most of them don't even know how to move. But eventually, we will... this game is actually on itch.io. It's just evolution, and you can create all sorts of things. You do have to be mindful that they don't just go ahead and decide that they want to exploit the physics engine, because that seems to be what most of my creations today are doing. I wonder if I can... Oh, we've got some... This one's exploiting the physics engine. You like the creature's leg muscles. Yeah, like, it seems as though it's not learning to jump and just learning to sort of just wiggle things. Maybe we can...
all over.
Yeah, maybe we can check it back up on this in, like, in 10 minutes, right? See if it's...
Okay, good idea.
See if it's evolved. And then we can show, oh, look at how random changes have affected it. Alright.
Is it even possible to help my computer with this technique? Mutations are damage, informational noise. They are not constructive for electronic computers and not for biological computers either.
As I have just demonstrated with the evolution game, it is useful. Just depends how.
Mutations are not damage. He's just making that definition up. Mutations are damage. No. It's not what it means.
Now that we've clarified important terms, let's find out exactly what the proposed evolution model actually is. How's this thing supposed to work? Let's find out where this staggering amount of genetic information comes from. The proposed mechanism for generating new genetic information is three things. Natural selection operating on genetic mutations over millions and millions of years. Remember that natural selection selects between fit and unfit options. Weak things die, leaving the stronger organisms to carry on in the next generation. So where do the options come from? That is, the alternate information options. Well, they're provided by accidents. You know, mutations, scrambling whatever information is already there, leaving a choice between a pre-existing genome and a damaged genome for natural selection to choose between. Common sense would suggest that damage generally results in a less fit genome, but evolutionists are optimistic and are counting on that rare case where damage will cause information to materialize out of nowhere just by getting extremely lucky during scrambling of the genetic coding.
Yes. Like, like, he thinks that this is a debunk, but that's what happens. Like, there will be the occasional chance where something good will come from a mutation, and it's probably a little more, probably happens a bit more than he's trying to make it out to happen. But yeah, like, there'll be mutations that will be beneficial. A number of mutations will be bad, and if you ignore that first part, that natural selection part, then it may seem like you'll have problems. But when you apply that natural selection part, it's like, oh, okay, well, the bad mutations get killed off and the good mutations stay.
Mm-hmm. And again, he has no competing theory. His whole argument is incredulity. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't believe it, so therefore it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all he has. He doesn't have any better evidence.
Yeah, definitely.
To be fair, they're not asking for a lot of new information, just a tiny bit at a time. But each tiny bit has to be coherent instructions that increase the function of the organism. Evolutionists acknowledge that each tiny bit of new information is extraordinarily rare. Therefore, they say that's why it takes millions and millions, even billions of years to happen in a macro kind of way. So you see that this is essentially a process of trial and error. Lots of trials and lots of errors.
Yes.
Evolutionists depend on mutations to generate new information in their model. That
Like someone before in the chat said, it's trial and error. That is what it is.
Yeah.
You know?
What is he objecting to, actually? There's evidence that mutations happen, and there's evidence that things change over time. I don't understand what is he objecting to exactly.
Yeah. And there is evidence that mutations can be beneficial.
Right.
So when you take all these things, then yeah, it eventually comes to be. But maybe his holy book says otherwise.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Bella Charge says, a good case of bad mutation is Team Skeptic's face and loss of muscle and fat mass. We had Team Skeptic here earlier.
part of the model is a huge problem. The stubborn fact is that no instance of a mutation making information has ever been confirmed. Not even the tiniest.
Wrong.
Never. Not once. There's not a single field observation, not a single lab finding. None. Recombining existing information? Yes. Losing information? Yes. Misspelling words? Yes. But writing new programming? Never. Folks, adding brand new information to the genome essentially is evolution. So if there is no evidence that this has ever happened, then there's no evidence for evolution at all.
Okay, so what is he defining as new information? Like, because we have seen chromosomes being duplicated, right? Now he might say, oh, okay, that's just using existing information. We have seen inserts of single letters. Is that new information? I'd say that it's definitely new information. We have seen removal of genetic information, like that's generally when a single letter is removed. Is that new information? Well, he'll say, oh, well, that's the removal of information. So if I take, let's say, a word like slaughter and remove the S, it becomes laughter. Is that new information?
And he just said, well, it's a new word, isn't it? He just called it a misspelling. Okay, you can call it whatever you want, but it's a new word and it has a different meaning.
Yeah. When it comes to...
So it's new.
ERVs, now you might say that that's existing information, but, I mean, the viruses are all different to what we have in our genome, or at least a certain amount of them are.
Mm-hmm.
At least a certain amount of the information is different. So, you know, like, what are you like, the problem with this is it comes down to what are you defining as new information? Like, with all his trying to define certain things, he hasn't defined new information that well. Like, remember how he was defining, we've got to define evolution, we've got to define natural selection, we've got to define this, that, and next thing. Okay, well, what is new information? What do you mean by new information? Although I don't think that he's going to answer that. Because he's
I agree,
plenty of
and
times.
I think go ahead.
Oh, I just said he has plenty of time. He's had plenty of times to explain what new information means, but
He's not going to do it if he hasn't done it until now. But like we said earlier, everything in every genetic thing is built on the four molecules. So if you go that deep, then they're all reshuffling. They're all going to use the same four molecules, just like any living creature is going to use anything in the world that exists is going to use atoms. They're going to use the same basic old atoms that we already have. There's no new atoms. That doesn't mean there's no new matter or objects in the world.
yeah. All right, I'll see what else he has to say.
Richard Dawkins was questioned about this very issue in an interview. Take a look at how the most important of all questions completely baffled him.
Can you give an example of a genetic mutation or an evolutionary process which can be seen to increase the information in the genome? Can you just stop that? I think. Okay. There's a popular misunderstanding of evolution which says that
fish turned into reptiles and reptiles turned into mammals, and so somehow we ought to be able to look around the world today and look at our ancestors. We ought to be able to see the intermediates between fish and reptiles, and between reptiles and mammals. We ought to be able to see fish kind of on the way to becoming...
We'll break away from the interview there because, as you see, when Dr. Dawkins finally gathers himself to be able to continue...
I feel like that was taken out of context.
I was just going to say, I'll bet this is not the answer to that question. This video clip is, I'll bet, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I made that up. I don't know if that's true or not. But I've seen lots of videos where things are taken out of context. And they'll even cut the video where he's answering a different question than what they want us to believe was asked.
Yeah.
I also linked in the chat an article on Talk Origins that talks about beneficial mutations. So yeah, they have been observed, and there's sources right there.
Okay. Well, I can't see what the I can't see it because it probably blocked your message or something, because I've got
That was a few minutes back.
a few minutes back.
Yeah.
I still can't see it. Was it? Did you link it, or was
yeah.
it someone else that linked it?
I just pasted a link into the chat. Yeah, it's actually, I don't see it on the...
Yeah, like it's not coming. It's because the chat that I'm using is the top chat, which does remove messages with links.
Oh, okay.
So you might want to send it through to me through Discord, and then anything that I put in the chat is considered to be fine. So.
Yeah, so Talk Origins is a fantastic archive of the creation evolution controversy, and there's a whole page on beneficial mutations and debunking the idea that all mutations are harmful.
Yeah.
Not true.
I'll have to go ahead and take a look at that. That's a good one. Mutations have given the bacteria the ability to degrade nylon. Yeah.
Right. But this guy will probably say, well, that's not new information. They're just reshuffling the... Yeah, it is new information. No creature on Earth has ever been able to digest nylon. Nylon's new.
Yeah.
It's a new matter in the world.
Well, nylon isn't new. It's just reshuffling of old atoms.
Right. Exactly.
to tell us that we don't understand. And then he seems to grasp at excuses for why there are no such examples. It's interesting to look up this complete video on YouTube. You see all kinds of responses by evolutionists there, yet none of them answers the question at issue. Richard Dawkins himself posted a response, but in his post he still does not answer the question, even after unlimited time to review it and post a proper answer. Very telling. Now, as I said, evolutionists...
I actually wonder what his response was. That would be a very interesting...
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
freely acknowledge that it would be extremely rare for a mutation to add new information to the genome. Okay, so if it is rare, how...
It's extremely... I like how he's saying that it's extremely rare, because even if it's rare, it still happens.
Right. Rare doesn't mean impossible.
Yeah.
How long would we expect to wait for information to spontaneously create itself by mutation? Let me give you a hint. That's right. Much, much longer than millions and millions of years. In fact, much longer than billions of years. You know, it's interesting that evolutionists have come up with a very detailed timetable for the development of various creatures. For example, 400 million years ago were fish, 100 million years ago were dinosaurs, and so on. I mentioned earlier that there is no radiometric technique for dating old fossils. So then where did they come up with these time frames? I would think...
Well, you can date... you can date things such as the rocks that the fossils are found in, right? If you know the if you know the half-life of the certain radioactive materials in the rock, you can date them.
There's many different methods.
Yeah, but when it comes to this, like he's saying, how long does it take for new information to spontaneously arise? And I don't know if he knows this, but new information, like if we're talking about just like a change in information and mutation, then that arises all the time. Like every time you create a new life form, new information, or information has been mutated every time. And it's not even just once per life form. It's multiple times per life form. Information has been changed. Because mutations are very common. Now, there are some ways to stop there are some ways to reverse mutations, or to minimize the event of a new mutation, but, you know... Time for a Hovindism on circular dating. Oh, yeah.
The rocks ate the fossils, and the fossils ate the rocks.
You know, we date the rocks with other techniques, such as radiometric dating.
That is a lie, Planner Walk.
Oh, Tanner Withheld says, isn't aging just mutation? Yeah, I mean, like, when you age, right, your body, the reason why you look different as you get older, at least from what I understand, is because there are mutations that happen every time a cell duplicates, and, you know, cells duplicate all the time. Yeah, and so, you know, mutations cause you to eventually look different. You might, you know, the telomeres might wear down and cause, as the genetic code splits, and then eventually cause things like cancer. Cancer is a mutation. Non-beneficial mutation, but still a mutation.
It depends who you're talking about. If you're the cancer cell, it is beneficial. You have out-of-control replication.
Well, it's beneficial until you...
you kill the host.
Yeah.
They don't know that.
I mean... And I suppose that's why some people compare humans to cancer sometimes. Because we are... It seems that we're killing the host, or not so much killing the host, but killing the ecosystem that provides us with life. But, you know, that's a completely different thing for another time.
I like Peter Beale in the chat talking like Kent Hogan. A cup of water.
I do have one thing to say to that.
I'm not prepared for that.
That's great.
You know, I've got.
He wasn't prepared for much that day, was he?
No, he wasn't. Oh, humans are more of a parasite. Yeah, I'd say more of a parasite. I've actually got a couple of like sound bites here.
No.
You know.
Hell.
I need to. I need to call up Hovend again, although when it comes to... I don't have any international calls on my phone, and I think I can get 100 minutes for like $10, but I'm trying to save a bit of money. But I do need to go ahead and... I do need to go ahead and buy some minutes to ring America. That way I can call up Kent Hovend early in the morning for where I am, because I've tried calling him before, but
you have?
Yeah, not on this phone, on someone else's phone. But I just, it seems that he's not there whenever I call, so I think I've got to try calling up a bit earlier. Then I want to organise 2 debates with him in it. I would love to see Kent Hovend versus Nathan Thompson.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. When it comes to what else is it? There's... I'd also like to debate him myself. But then there's also, if I had international calls on my phone, I would also be calling up Mark Sargent. Right? Because...
What are you going to talk to him about?
So with this game I'm working on, I'd love to have Mark Sargent in it. And I feel like if I were to call him up and say, "Hey, would you like to have a role in my game?" I feel like he would agree. I just have some sneaking suspicion that he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'll have a role in the game."
I suspect he'll ask how much does it pay.
What's that?
I suspect he'll ask how much does it pay.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna be paying people that appear in the game. Like I've already gotten people that have agreed to not get paid to appear in the game.
Yeah.
And so none of them flat earthers. Well, one of them is a flat earther. Oh, CC, Chris's number, like Chris from New York, right? That'd be an interesting thing. As I said, like right now I don't have any international calls, and it costs $10 to do it. And I did get a bit of a payment, but I've got to make sure that I'm putting enough to tax, putting enough to rent, and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, priorities.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on with this video.
That if we know the odds of mutations making information, and using an estimate of the average time per generation, one could calculate the rate of evolution to find out how long all this would take. Except there is a problem. The odds of a mutation making information has never been declared by evolutionists. This makes a calculation impossible, which is exactly my challenge to my evolutionist friends. If you're going to pretend that there's a timeline, show me your calculation. Show me the numbers. There are none. Why? Well, for one thing, you can't divide by zero, and information scientists such as Dr. Donald Johnson tell us that the odds of anything random making new information is exactly zero. How can they...
What? Like, we have observed mutations that add letters in.
I mean, I'm not even sure what he thinks he's trying to prove.
Yeah.
But we don't really use the mutation rate to determine that creatures existed in the past. There is a lot of other evidence.
Yeah. Glass Monster said, for $2 Canadian dollars, said, I can call Kent and link you through on my Discord. I'd like to actually be able to call Kent myself rather than doing it by proxy. Because when it comes to, as I said, I'd like to be able to call Kent as well as Mark Sargent, because apparently Mark Sargent has a number that I can ring. And it would be nice to call... I feel like I could call up CC, Chris from New York, at some point. Maybe when I do another one of these streams, if I've got enough money to... and I'd have to make sure that I've called Kent and Mark Sargent beforehand, because when it comes to that, I don't want to use up all my minutes on CC. Wait, what the Tech Talks? Mark Sargent has his live call-in on Tuesday evenings, and you can talk to him on TFR. Okay, that's interesting.
Be so sure? Because it is against a scientific law of the universe. In this presentation, I will refer to it as the law of increasing randomness. It's the same law that says things will rust, roll out, wind down, break down, die, disperse, spread out, grow old, go from order to disorder, and from more information to less information. University of Texas mathematics professor Granville Sewell explains that it is a mathematical law based upon probabilities over time. Basically, the law states that as time passes, any given event will be drawn from a state of lower probability to higher probability. Since the passage of time itself continually expands the ocean of mathematical possibilities, a perpetual trend from order towards randomness is both a physical and a mathematical necessity. The truth of this law...
This astounds me.
Yeah, this assumes that there's no process to create some kind of order. That's if you're using... that's depending on how you're using order. When it comes to natural selection, that's just a way to say, okay, well, this is beneficial, so we'll keep that.
I think 36 is right. He's talking about entropy, but I love when people say this as if scientists couldn't figure this out. I mean, this is one of the basic, simple fundamental laws of science. And to think that this whole field of evolution, or any scientific field, has gotten by all this time by violating the law, the second law of thermodynamics, is so stupid. That's what astounds me. It's so basic and dumb for him to think that, oh yeah, every scientist, actually, that's right. I never thought about that. Everything I think and believe violates the laws of thermodynamics. That's so stupid. It's so ignorant. I can't even comprehend it.
Well, by their logic, we shouldn't get planets. Because...
Yeah, I mean, anything. We shouldn't get anything. Everything should be breaking down into dust everywhere in the universe at all times.
Yeah, like, if these things, if things can't come about in ordered ways, then atoms should break down, planets should break down. Actually, no, we wouldn't even get atoms and planets because they wouldn't exist.
They wouldn't exist. Well, this is probably his proof for God. Things exist. And science says they can't because of thermodynamics. So God.
It's second law of thermal dynamics, according to J.M. Truth. Although, to be fair, like, flat earthers do say that planets wouldn't exist unless you had a container.
Right.
That was my quantum array.
That makes sense.
Impression. I don't know, it's probably bad. And that's why I call it
It's pretty good.
That's why I call it thermodynamics.
Yeah.
2 video clips. Clip number 1 shows a wine glass being released and becoming a pile of glass. Clip number 2 shows randomly scattered glass shards assembling themselves into a wine glass. Do I need to ask you which video clip is being played backwards? It's obviously the second clip. But what makes us so sure of this? Because of our everyday experience with the scientific law of increasing randomness. Each of us instinctively knows that when some glass is left to itself, a pile of glass shards is much more probable than a molded, symmetrical, purposeful wine glass. Only a directed process that intelligently manufactures the wine glass will alter these probabilities and make the whole glass the more likely outcome. Now remember, the evolutionist is suggesting that scrambling nucleotides by way of mutation can spontaneously write coherent information. Not just a little bit of information, mind you, but 10,000 books efficiently encoded in one DNA molecule. But what does scientific
not efficiently encoded
to themselves over time? That's right, increasing randomness. And the longer the time, the greater the randomness. After 1 billion years, what do you suppose these glass shards will look like? In physics, we have this law stated as the second law of thermodynamics, and disorder, also called entropy, is mathematically defined as a sum or
entropy and randomness is not the complete same. That's not the same thing. Like, entropy refers to energy dispersal. Like, how come these people don't know what the okay, I know why they don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is, but, like, all the second law of thermodynamics states, right, is that entropy will increase with time, right? It states that and entropy is basically the amount of usable energy within a system, right? So nothing here is really violating the laws of thermodynamics, right?
No, of course not. You can add energy to a system and have it increase in complexity. Yeah. I mean, that's simple.
Well, it's not so much adding energy to a system because energy can't be created or destroyed.
From outside of the system, like, the Earth is not an enclosed system because we get energy from the sun.
Yeah. And the second law of thermodynamics specifically refers to a closed system.
Right.
Basic trigonometry says entropy is a measure of the unusable heat energy of a system. So, we can measure the... now, I don't understand the equation that he's thrown up on screen, and I don't think that he understands it either. I'm pretty sure there's I do see the that E thing there, which I'm pretty sure that is a sum of something.
I'm pretty sure he just put that up because he wants to make it look complex, and as if he knows what it is.
Yeah, like I don't know if AB Science. It seems as AB Science is probably It's probably offline. I'll ask him if he can come on stream to explain an equation.
Robert Atzett in the chat says that equation is from statistical thermodynamics.
Oh, okay. So we've got someone here that at least somewhat understands it.
Look, it's sciencey. That's what Springer Newt said.
Whilst I'm waiting for a response from AB Science, I'm going to see how the evolution is doing.
Oh, yeah.
God damn it! So I must have, when I clicked away, right, it must have stopped running the simulation.
You're proving evolution can't happen.
It stopped running in the background when I clicked away.
I think I'm a creationist now.
Okay, hopefully, here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping when I separate this tab from the other tabs, he's asking what it is, an entropy equation. Hopefully it sticks with the other tabs, and so that way I can... Okay, so what did what has OBS captured? Yes. What am I? Is there something in the background?
Oh, hello. Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. It's AB Science. So
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, that's the air handling. I'm in a lab at the moment.
okay, I'm wondering if you could explain this equation to us.
Right. That depends on what P is in that context. But basically, what you have on the right-hand side, you have a number of particles which have some value P, basically these are all the microstates of the particles, and the sum of all the microstates that that basically gives you entropy, because the equation says entropy S is equal to the Boltzmann constant times the natural log of the multiplicity of the system, which is the and the multiplicity is the number of microstates that make up a macro state.
Okay.
So the best the best way of thinking of it is, imagine you have two dice, and you roll the two dice. Now the outcome, the sum of all the individual results, that is the macro state. So, for example, we take 7, or we take 5, or forget. Let's take 7. And that is the macro state. The value is 7. And then the microstate is then a 5 and a 2, or a 2 and a 5, or a 4 and a 3, or a 3 and a 4, or a 6 and a 1, and 1 and a 6. And the number of ways that those dice can make the 7, that is called the multiplicity, and that is essentially what we're talking about here.
Okay, that makes sense. Because
so,
like someone earlier said that it was statistical entropy rather than whatever.
Yeah, so this is the statistical definition of entropy, right? Because we can go a bit hand wavy, say the entropy of a system on a macro scale. The entropy of the system is the energy that is no longer available to do any useful work.
Yep.
But then this is the actual kind of definition. And you can take the individual energy of the particles, but so this is the equation for the entropy.
I like the way that Bella Charge put it in the chat. Damn you, AB. Now I'm going to have to go to Google, go Google this so I can understand it better. So far, all I know is macro, micro, and 7.
Well, yeah. Entropy, it's a ball egg to kind of describe well, anything in thermal physics. It's a ball egg because it's straightforward if you understand all of it and you kind of get the whole picture. But until you've gone through the whole thing, you won't. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to understand.
Yeah, like I'll admit I don't completely understand it either, but I get where you're coming from. I get the rough idea.
Yeah,
rough idea.
Yeah, it's one of those topics that I think there's a nice little kind of explanation. It's thermal physics. It's like playing a song. If you make it, you can try to make it easy, but you make it wrong.
Yeah.
Basically.
So the big question here, I guess, is what are the chances that the person that has put this up on screen, they believe in intelligent design. What are the chances that they actually understand the equation that they've got on screen right now?
Well, it's not going to be even relevant. Let me guess. This is the argument that evolution is against the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Wow. What they don't realize is, the second law of thermodynamics says that entropy in an isolated system must always increase over time.
Yeah.
Right? But we don't live in an isolated system. And even in an isolated system, because there's only one true isolated system, right? As far as we know, that is the universe as a whole. Right?
Yeah.
You can make systems where energy doesn't really come in and out, but that's, you can't perfectly insulate something. So, yeah, they're kind of making a bit of a category error there. Sorry. Yeah. So they're applying that to something where it's completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
But they're talking about open systems. Organisms are open systems. Energy can go in and out, freely goes in and out. Matter comes in and out, absolutely fine. And also, entropy does not increase, by the way, but entropy does not decrease, by the way. But there is nothing in the second law of thermodynamics stating that locally entropy is not allowed to decrease.
Mm.
Right? It just has to increase somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because if you say that a decrease in entropy is not possible, then please explain to me how a refrigerator works.
Magic.
And that's because they set up the boundaries of the system completely wrong. And that's basically what they're doing.
Yeah.
And that's bottom line is also, that's one of the easy refutations of the kind of atmosphere vacuum bullshit from the flat earthers as well. But
yeah. Well, I've got another tab that has like a biblical flat Earth map apparently.
Oh fuck.
So it's up to you whether you want to stick around, but I feel like it would be a problem if we were to hear a loud explosion on your end. Because you said
I'm
you're
not working with anything explosive.
Oh, okay.
I'm just at the moment I am trying to align a laser which is focused down to the smallest it can be focused down, and I'm trying to align it to a structure which is 16 nanometers wide.
Okay. You're not trying to align that by hand, are you?
Well, my hand is controlling the machine.
Okay.
But yeah, I am doing a thing. But you know, I'll put myself on tap to talk or whatever.
Push to talk.
Yeah, push to talk. I'm on my phone. I don't know these things. Yeah, so I'll be happy to pop along.
Yeah. It just sounds like when you're in the lab, it sounds like it's important work.
Well, the thing is, it's what I'm doing at the moment. Like once I've got it aligned, then I've got 5 minutes or so where it's just doing its thing. Then I've got nothing on. So this kind of work, it is tedious to try and get this set up. But then I press start, and then it does something for 5 minutes, and I have nothing to do. So normally I just watch TV. But yeah,
Okay.
that's actually when I catch up with YouTube stuff normally.
Yeah. Like when it comes to me, like sometimes I've got some tedious tasks to do. Like if I'm programming, and I'm copy and paste. Doing hard programming work. Seriously, sometimes it is just copy and pasting from. Because I might have a script in a Word document, and I've got to copy and paste it over to the code in the format of the code, and so it'll be a bit of copy and pasting from each side.
Yeah.
And when I say a script in a Word document, I mean like voice, well, not so much voice script, but like dialogue script, not code script.
Yeah.
Very important distinction to make there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just kind of did the by the way, the P's there represent probability of finding a particle in a given location, I believe.
Okay. That makes complete sense now. Like, yeah, like, so going to the dice analogy, it'd be the probability of each number of... So
the probability of a particle being in a certain state, right?
Yeah, so it'd be like the probability of the dice being a 3 or a 2 or a 1.
Yeah.
And then you'd...
yeah.
So using this kind of thing, applying this kind of thing to dice, you'd have you'd have a graph or something that would show the likelihood, and you'd probably get 7 in the 7 being like a high chance of having a 7 when it comes to like 2 dice. Whereas
you so when it comes to dice, you have basically you have a normal distribution with a mean at 7.
Yep. Okay.
I think the dice example they use that if you probably if you look up entropy on hyperphysics, I think Rod has got the graph on that there.
Okay.
Let's see, maybe statistical multiplicity. Oh yeah, if you Google multiplicity, entropy, and hyperphysics, then that'll take you to Rod's page for it.
Multiplicity. So, multiplicity, entropy, hyperphysics.
Yeah, that will definitely give it up as the first result.
Is this meant to be a video or a something else?
No, it will just it's hyperphysics. It's like a guy over in the US. He put this wonderful website together. It's
hyperphysics.phy dash a. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. I'll put a link to that, and I'm going to put a link to that in the chat so that anyone can go ahead and learn about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, generally hyperphysics. Basically, it's a guy called Rod Nave who put that together, and I think every undergraduate physicist in the world, everyone who's got a physics degree, basically, can thank him for it because of this website. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just
It's
gonna
a great little reference page.
just gonna quickly check up on my my creature is currently on generation 85, and that's walking-ish. I'll give it a few more generations to see what happens. It could probably do better. Anyway, let's see what this person has to say.
The total within any given closed system. Now, evolutionists respond very predictably with their talking points whenever the second law of thermodynamics is brought up. The way it goes is that creationists are condescendingly told that we do not understand the second law. Then it is explained to us that the second law of thermodynamics only applies to a closed system, but that we have an open system, with the energy of the sun replenishing the biosphere of the Earth through the process of photosynthesis. So what we have are evolution scientists trying to convince us that the second scientific law of the universe should be ignored where evolution is concerned.
Do you see what he just did there? Do you, like, he just put up this, like, the law of increasing randomness. That's not what it is. It's the law of increasing entropy in a closed system.
Walk, like I said before, it's so crazy that for creationists to think that scientists have gone their whole career without realizing that, oh, evolution is violating the second law of thermodynamics. Who knew?
AB Science, like, did you know that evolution violates the second law of thermodynamics?
I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
And you know about the second law of thermodynamics, and you understand it properly, don't you?
It's yeah, it has nothing. Actually, what one could say that life itself is completely dependent on the second law of thermodynamics, because you have things such as proton pumps and wonderful things like that are kind of reliant on stuff diffusing across membranes, to have entropy increase.
That actually reminds me of an experiment that I did way back in high school. I can never remember exactly how the experiment went, but I do know that we took a piece of a potato and put it into a solution, right? And we measured the weight of the potato afterwards.
Yes.
And this was something, I think osmosis, maybe, something.
Yeah. That is osmosis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, like, I suppose it is a form of entropy, or a in a way.
Well, the thing is, the second law of thermodynamics has a lot of implications, and one of the implications is that stuff flows from high concentration to low concentration. Now, it is important to recognize that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't say anything about a mechanism, and that's why it's called a law and not theory.
Yeah.
Because in physics, when we say laws of physics, we're not. It's just a general statement about observations that always seem to hold to the best of our knowledge.
Yeah.
And that's why Newton's universal law of gravitation was called just that, right? And Einstein's theory of general relativity.
Yeah, explains why.
Yeah. So it is. You can quite easily fall into a trap. It's like, well, that happens because of the second law of thermodynamics or anything, but no, it's not quite true. it's because of drift or because of something else happening, because of a force acting on it. There being a potential gradient. The second law of thermodynamics actually just really talks about the limits of what is allowed to happen in the universe.
Yeah. So when it comes to that makes sense. It's like when flat earthers say that particles air pressure will disperse into a vacuum. Like, that is true in some cases, especially when observed here on Earth. But why is it true? You know, and it's true because pressure is a force,
and that's just because,
or measurement of force.
Well, actually, no. You remove that. You know, it's what's happening. So you have two containers, right, which are separated by a barrier, right? One is under a higher pressure than the other, and when you remove that barrier, actually, what happens is that the particles just move, right?
Yeah.
Because that barrier, when it's in place, it exerts a force on the particles. When they come too close, it throws it back in the opposite direction. And you remove that barrier, that force no longer exists, and the particles just drift, right? And that's actually just Newton's first law, right? Because there's no longer a force making them change their velocity or their momentum. They just drift over into the other side.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's no reason why they shouldn't move. But then if you take that to the atmosphere, to have gas escaping, that would be a violation of the first law of thermodynamics, right? You've got to have that conservation of energy.
Definitely. Alright, we'll continue on with the video to see what else they have to say, aside from second law of thermodynamics.
With respect to my evolutionist friends, no one is above the law. Let me give you my top 3 reasons why evolutionists are wrong about the second law of thermodynamics. Reason number 3, getting off on a technicality doesn't work with the law of the universe. The principle of increasing randomness applies everywhere. Remember, the law was originally tested.
It's not increasing randomness. Okay.
And proven in an open system, our system. Dr. Sewell explains that the laws of probability are not suspended simply because we have an open system. The only way that order can be contributed to an open system is if order walks in the door, as he puts it. Highly random sunlight brings no such order. In the second law, the formula for chaos probability is a total, a sum, and a sum requires boundaries. This is the real reason the law mentions a closed system. So, what if we simply change the system boundaries from this to this? Now, what's their excuse? You see, a closed system excuse is nothing but a smokescreen for ignoring a law of science. Do you doubt me? Then ask an evolutionist.
Well, actually, one thing I do have to say is that when it comes to the sun, it's very important that you include the sun because because we do receive energy from the sun. When it comes to the atmosphere, when it comes to the heat in the atmosphere, right? Theoretically, we should have more heat escaping than what we observe as escaping. But that's not what happens. We actually trap more heat here on Earth than what escapes. At least
No. Well, technically, at the moment, we are, because we're pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and that's heating the planet. But that's only marginal. For all intents and purposes, you can say that we're at thermal equilibrium. We have just as much escaping as we have coming in.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, if you think about it, if we have, more heat coming in than what is escaping, we would be heating up.
Yeah.
Right? Actually, no, I am slightly wrong on that because not all of our heat comes from the sun. We have a big melty thing in the middle that releases a bit of heat as well.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a bit more. It is very complex.
Yeah, it becomes very complicated, and there's just no point in talking about the second law of thermodynamics in this sense, because even if the Earth, right, were an isolated system, right, I'm not. You know, and locally, right? Locally, you can have entropy decrease, but the entropy is not even decreasing.
Yeah.
In evolution, god. Anyway.
Yeah, we'll continue on to hopefully get through this brain aneurysm inducing.
To describe the mechanism for spontaneous increase of order within an open system. They have none. Reason number 2. Physics is not the only scientific endeavor where this law is found. Increasing randomness applies in all disciplines. In information science particularly, we have also a defined law of increasing entropy, and the math is exactly the same except for using variables concerning information instead of physics. Evolutionists have been completely neglecting information science, but information is precisely the issue in science.
Okay. A huge problem with this, right? Now, when it comes to... We can actually draw analogies to information science, right? Has anyone... does anyone know about protocols and networking and stuff like that?
Marginally.
Okay. So, networking wasn't my favorite class, so it's not my strong suit. However, I do know that what they have is they have protocols for if information is lost or destroyed. So we've got a couple of different protocols. We've got TCP and UDP. So UDP, if you get some bad information, doesn't matter. You know, that information isn't that important. So UDP basically says if there's an error, don't request to have that information resent. TCP basically is if there's an error, let us know and we'll resend you the information so that you get the correct information. So TCP is so UDP might be for streaming videos. TCP is more for if I were to send information about like, I'm just trying to think. Like, if I were to send chat information, right? Like, if I were to type in the chat, that would be sent over TCP. If I were, like, the information that we're sending right now will probably be UDP, right? Because if there's a glitch with my voice, that will just be, that'll likely won't be attempted to fix. Because UDP is a bit faster than TCP. Anyway. The reason why this is analogous is because in evolution, bad information is dealt with through natural selection. In information science, bad information is dealt with because through basically getting rid of the bad information and requesting a new copy of the information.
Yeah.
It's not like one person says stream video over HTTP over TCP is an abomination. Really? But yeah, like there's we've got protocols for fixing these kinds of things, rather than just being like, oh, I guess we've got bad video now, like, let's keep that. Or bad information, I guess we should keep that. You know, we deal with the bad information.
Yeah.
The cell. The law of increasing randomness must be applied not just to physical organisms, but to the genetic information itself. Information science says that it is impossible, not merely unlikely, but impossible for information to arise by itself over time, because time is the very thing that degrades information. And the number one reason evolutionists are not above the law. Only the intervention of design can suspend the natural trend of increasing randomness by introducing mechanisms that alter probabilities to a purpose. Keep in mind that creationists are not claiming that the second law of thermodynamics can never be suspended. We're saying that it can only be suspended in the presence of design. Now listen again to the excuse.
That is literally a pleading, a special pleading fallacy.
That is also bad because in the process of design, entropy will still increase.
Yeah.
but it total entropy of the whole system must increase, right? Otherwise, water cannot freeze.
Yeah. And I'm just putting up on screen here this thing which has randomness of information. I don't know if anyone sees this. It's an AI that has learnt to walk through randomness.
Interesting.
I heard a robot natural selection. was that UAV or was that?
No, that wasn't me.
That was what Jesus said.
That was me. It's through selection properties into the next generation.
Yeah, it's walking along because it's discovered, hey, this is how I can walk. You know?
The thing is, you just need to you just need to put in more energy.
Yeah.
Right. Because anything is kind of possible, and the second law of thermodynamics is perfectly satisfied if it required you to do more energy than the most optimum path.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fine.
Their argument suggests that this wouldn't happen. That's what their argument suggests.
Yeah, but their argument also suggests that water doesn't freeze.
Yeah.
So,
although I do want to see if I can create it. We're gonna stop that evolution, and we're gonna just delete a few things, like this bone here, this bone here, this bone here, this bone here, this bone here. I'm gonna see if I can get a grid on. There we go, grid. And I'm just gonna add a few joints. Actually, and I'm gonna have this running in the background whilst we go over the rest of the video. But we'll go here, we'll go here, 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 and here. So we'll have a bone. That's how I do it. I keep on forgetting to click and drag. Damn web pages. I actually didn't want that. And we'll go muscle. Like, it's a similar design. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say design. I'm going to get the creationists going, see, this is intelligently designed. The principle is there. So it's similar to the last one, just slightly modified. So we'll see how it does. Like, this one should be jumping around. I say should. Hopefully it starts jumping around. And I'll put this aside so that it keeps running. And yep. Alright, so we'll go back to this.
It's given to us by the evolutionists. They say that sunlight replenishes the biosphere of the Earth through photosynthesis. Photosynthesis? Photosynthesis is an incredible design, embedded in plant DNA, amazing in its complexity. Sunlight strikes the chlorophyll in plants and creates energy in living plant tissue. Man has never been able to match such design. So what we have here are evolutionists invoking an existing design in plant DNA to prove that we don't need design. Does that make any sense?
It's not a design, though. Like,
the prerequisite is that this is kind of going around in circles, isn't it? Because he's saying that it must be designed, so therefore it must be designed.
Yeah, it's saying that basically it looks designed, so therefore it is designed. Why is it designed? Because it looks designed. Why does it look designed? Because it is designed.
Yeah, and photosynthesis is, it is an extremely complex mechanism, and it's, if you look at it, it's surprisingly efficient. But my fucking god, it's convoluted. Has anyone ever heard of, keep it simple?
Yeah. Why not use solar panels,
Yeah, and, solar panels are less efficient. But the question you've got to ask is, if photosynthesis is so well designed, why do my plants keep on fucking dying every time, I go on holiday and I don't water them?
Yeah.
If I have a plant in my house, if I put that in a slightly wrong position, and it gets just a little bit too much sunlight, it dies.
So, it could definitely be better. It's almost like it wasn't it's almost like it wasn't designed to survive in your house. Almost like it
it's
evolved.
Almost as if it evolved to fit in a very tight set of conditions.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because of selective pressures.
Can't say that though. Alright, let's see what he's putting up. Because this is actually somewhat of a flat earth video. Like, has anyone noticed that? Like, it's a little more well designed than an Eric Dubé video. Because it does have...
But that's just by virtue of the voice.
It's by virtue of the voice and by virtue of them actually having clips of things rather than just memes all the time.
Ken Burns. Yeah. Ken Burns and memes.
The real question is this. How do they think random sunlight without any other mechanism generated the photosynthesis programming in the first place?
It didn't!
At this point, we need to address the issue of probabilities. For the evolutionist, the massive size of the universe and the claimed long history of the universe solves the problem of unlikely odds. The latest information on the size of the universe is 300 sextillion stars. This is 50 trillion stars for every man, woman, and child on planet Earth. I'm told that this translates to approximately 10 to the 80th power atoms in the universe. The length of time the universe has been in existence is currently claimed to be about 15 billion years. Both of these numbers keep changing, but let's go with this for now. The logic is that even if the likelihood of mutations creating new information is very small, the universe has been around a long time. Eventually we'll get lucky, right? And the universe is so big. Surely there are many planets out there which could support life just like this Earth, right? We just happen to be the lucky planet, right?
Class M type planet, oxygen, nitrogen, atmosphere.
Aren't there lots of other Class M planets like ours? Well, in a word, no. Let's consider the hundreds of essential characteristics or parameters for the Earth that are in perfect balance. Here are a few of them. Mass of the Earth, distance from the Sun, size of our orbit, tilt on the Earth's axis, speed of rotation of the Earth, magnetic field, thickness of atmosphere, makeup of atmosphere, ozone layer, amount of water, abundance of carbon, amount of countless other elements, size of the Moon and exact distance from us, etc., etc., etc. Each.
Okay, I feel like these... First off, I feel like the size of the Moon has no bearing on...
yeah, it does. Very important.
On whether life can exist on Earth. I feel like...
it's very important.
Are you being serious, or is it actually very important?
No, it is. The size of the Moon is quite important. The size of the Moon, the existence of the Moon, it kind of... it keeps our tilt in check.
Okay.
And it kind of, because the gravitational force, it kind of bends and it stretches and compresses the Earth's crust a bit, and that results in some of the very important kind of volcanic processes as well.
Okay.
Hugely important. Yeah, no, I mean, everything you said, it's fine. These are all factors that are extremely important and in determining determining the possibility of life on Earth. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But what he's doing here is setting up for a fine-tuning argument, saying, well, look, how unlikely is it that this stuff is there, and it just so happens to be where we exist. Our existence is so unlikely, and this stuff's being there so unlikely. So the probability of those occurring is so small that, God. But no, it's because the conditions
it's because
are so well suited.
Yeah. It's the conditions are so well suited for life, so life arose. But then there's also the case of some of these conditions might be a little. Imagine if they were a little bit different, and then it turned out that life just evolved differently. Yeah. It might be that the moon.
That's the thing.
Well, one of the things I want to point out is that the moon used to be closer to Earth. Life was a bit different back then. It evolved to the conditions that it particularly, it evolved to suit the conditions that were around.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's the whole argument is very silly. It's very silly, and it's just not very well thought through. But because you have to realize that if the conditions are right for life, by all indications, given enough time, it will form.
Yeah.
Life will find a way. But that's just it. It's life almost then becomes an inevitability.
Yeah.
When the conditions are right.
One person said he said the contents of the atmosphere and says, well, the oxygen came from cyanobacteria.
Yeah.
So and also the contents of the atmosphere have varied for a long time, on Earth for a while,
Yeah, for quite a bit, right? So we've seen, for example, cyanobacteria coming in, and a lot of oxygen that had a big impact, and there was a mass extinction associated with that, because at first life was not very happy about this increase in oxygen. Turns out that oxygen can be a bit of a dick.
I bet it can be. Yeah, well, we'll continue on with let's see what else, because he's definitely going to go for the fine-tuning argument. I wonder if he's going to go for the fine-tuning of the universe.
Of these essential characteristics, and many more, are in perfect balance for life to exist on Earth. So any one characteristic by itself is quite rare. But they are all required for life to exist. So we must multiply all these tiny probabilities, hundreds of them, together. When we do this, we come up with numbers that are staggering. 1 chance in 10 to the 511th power. That's a 1 with 511 zeros. Remember, all the atoms in the universe is only a 1 with 80.
Okay.
Where is he getting the numbers from?
I think what he's...
What does he do to... How is he quantifying the probability of something?
I think what he's doing is he's taking the chance that Earth is how it is, right? Taking one aspect of it and saying, oh, well, this is only a such and such and such chance. So, and then multiplying them all together, not considering the fact that it may not necessarily have to be specifically how it is, but it may also there may also be other things that are linked. So it might be that things like the composition of the atmosphere is linked to something else, or
but my question is like, how has he figured out what the distance to the sun, right? Our distance to the sun, what the probability for that is? Has he got an equation that shows what the probability is that we find that, and then that the mass of the Earth is and that the mass of the Earth? How do you define the probability of something being a certain mass? Because I can tell you that the two are a bit related.
To me, it seems like what he's doing is he's taking, the mass of the sun is this particular mass, right? So, and then he's taking the range of possibility of it being, So it might be that the sun is the particular mass that it is. He takes the sort of range of how big a sun can be and says, okay, well, this is the probability of it being
uniformly randomly distributed.
Yeah.
Rather than, I don't know, nice Gaussian distribution, certain bands in which certain processes can happen.
Yeah. I feel like that's what he's doing. It's kind of like when creationists use the fine-tuning argument for the constants in the universe. They say, this is such and such a chance, but it's like, well, how do you know what the chance of it is? It may be that the chance of it is 1.
Well, that's the thing with the constants of the universe. It's kind of like, well, you have your fundamental constants, but if they're slightly off, matter just wouldn't work in the way that it works, that we know it.
Yeah.
So what is the chance that these constants are all, are perfectly there? Well, as far as our universe is concerned, the probability is 1.
Yeah.
Because they are like that. These are the constants.
Yeah.
And there may be other universes out there where the constants are different. But guess what? There's nothing there to answer that question.
Exactly.
And even if you say 1 in 10 to the 511th, probability, infinity is still a lot bigger than that number.
Definitely. And also another thing to point out is that when he says only 10 to the 80 atoms in the universe, I feel like that's only talking about the universe that we know about, because like we can't see every part of the universe. Like there's parts that are outside the Hubble sphere, for example.
Yeah, but I would really like to know where he got this 10 to the 511 from. Because, me smell bullshit. Considering that we've already, found 2 other objects in the solar system in which it is likely that there is or has been some form of life. I'm personally on board with the kind of ideas like, well, okay, we're probably not alone in the universe, and as far as intelligent life goes, I'm pretty sure that we're not alone in the universe, but I'm not convinced that there is another form of intelligent life in the Milky Way, for example, because then the odds are becoming a bit funky.
Yeah.
And it becomes questionable. It's like maybe there is, maybe there isn't, but you can't really put a bet. But when you talk about the entire universe, yeah, definitely.
Well, I like the way that some people put it when it comes to intelligent life, right? They say, we're always concerned about intelligent life somewhere else in the universe, but, I mean, have we discovered intelligent life here on Earth?
Well, according to our definition, the scientific definition of intelligent life, yes.
Yeah.
Because according to the scientific definition, at least ones that physicists use for intelligent life, is can they build a radio telescope?
Okay.
The reason for that being, if they can build a radio telescope, theoretically, we could communicate.
Okay, yeah.
And that's the whole reasoning behind it. At first hand, it's like, what? Really? That sounds a bit arbitrary, but it actually makes sense because as someone with a radio telescope, we could detect it. And, physics is all about, is it measurable or not?
I feel like another qualifier to add is like, do they currently exist? Because it could be that there is another civilization that built a radio telescope, sent out a few messages for a couple of millennia, then just end up self-destructing.
Well, yeah. Hold on, I'm just gonna switch. Shit, I can't now. My battery's about to die. But yeah, this is an idea called the Great Filter, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
It's basically, it's like, yeah, they may have gone to build a telescope, but how did they get there? Well, from the data we've got available, i.e. us, we're not doing very well.
Yeah. I mean, we're heading towards bad things with climate change.
Yeah. So maybe they, most civilizations invented the radio telescope, and then, roughly 70 years later, they'll destroy themselves.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a bit bleak, but
hopefully we do survive, though.
yeah, it would be nice. I mean, I like it here. I like the Earth.
Yeah. There's some other places that might be fun to enjoy, like maybe if we manage to get to the nearest star system, that might be fun, but I don't think that I'm going to get there in my lifetime.
Yeah, the problem is that all this stuff in the universe that, wants to kill you.
Yeah, and the safe havens are so far apart that trying to make it to a safe haven is a mission.
Precisely, everything in the universe, and that's also the other thing, like fine-tuned universe, my ass! 99.999% of everything in the fucking universe wants to kill you.
And they might say, oh, we're just talking about Earth is fine-tuned. Well, what about the fact that Earth is trying to kill you? I mean, on Earth you've got oceans that... I mean, you can't survive in the ocean. You can try, but... you've got deserts. You've got... icy wastelands.
Yeah. So...
You've got volcanoes. You've got earthquakes. You've got all these viruses and bacteria.
All the animals that want to kill you. Think you look tasty. Yeah. Considering that there's so much out there that wants to kill us, I don't think there was anyone who designed it especially for us.
Yeah. Especially seeing as I mean, can you imagine if God exists, right? And he designed us with a fear of spiders, and then put spiders fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the I think it's I can't remember the word, but like how horrible that would be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you there, AB?
My phone is dying.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, dude. Gotta shoot off.
Alright. Well, take care.
Catch you later.
Alright, we'll continue for a little bit with this. I'll probably only continue for another 10 minutes or so. Because this is a long video, like an hour long.
Zeros. But the chance of a planet accidentally being suitable for life is 1 chance in a 1 followed by 511 zeros. In other words, there ain't no Class M planets out there. At least not if everything is left to chance, as evolutionists believe. When you run the numbers, there simply is no question about this. If we had trillions and trillions of universes, there still would not be enough planets to try to get lucky on. So why do so many evolutionists believe that life probably evolved on other planets just like Earth? Because they haven't run the numbers, or at least they haven't paid attention to them. Human beings have difficulty comprehending extremely large numbers. We can do the math, but do we really grasp the difference between a billion and a quadrillion, for example? Evolutionists tend to think that 15 billion years is enough time. They tend to think that 10 to the 80th power are enough atoms. They think that these two things together will give them enough chances. But let me try to communicate how rare life is. Suppose we try to assemble the simplest protein molecule by chance. We're not going to create life, just a very simple and tiny part of what goes into a living thing. Even this small protein requires a very precise sequence of 125 amino acid molecules with 20 different types to choose from. If we tried to do this with 125 rolls of a 20-sided die, the odds of getting it right would be 1 chance in a number so big it doesn't have a name, but it can be described as a 4 with 162 zeros after it. Not good odds. Even if we could repeat this trial every nanosecond, it would take more than a trillion universe lifetimes to be able to get lucky, assuming that...
So, there's a few problems here. Someone just... what Jesus just linked to me saying, new Earth-sized planet found in habitable sweet spot orbit around a distant star. So, we do find... the planet called Kepler 1649c is around 1.06 times larger than Earth, making it very similar to our own planet in terms of physical dimensions. Okay, yeah. So
this guy's argument.
It's kind of hard to understand you with the robot filter on, by the way.
The robot filter.
But when it comes, what was I going to say? Yeah, when it comes to this, first you've got to consider the amount of proteins there are. Secondly, you've also got to consider maybe that there could be a protein that's slightly simpler than the protein that they're suggesting here. And thirdly is things do often align into ways that may not seem intuitive at first, but there are reasons for it. So, heaps of different factors.
The universe is 15 billion years old, so this is the probability of arranging a simple protein. But if we consider all the primary components of life, mathematicians calculate the odds to be less than 1 chance in 10 to the 40,000th power. That's 40,000 zeros, and that doesn't even...
Oh! Statistics! Real quick. There's been some issues with statistics there's been some issues with statistics in which it's been framed in a certain way. This is why statistics aren't good proof. Please don't use statistics to try and make your argument. So, when it comes to statistics, you can use you can pull any number of statistics to try and support your argument. Please be careful with statistics, because you could use statistics that say, this is the chance of this, that, and the next thing happening. You could say, the chances of this happening, this particular thing that suits my agenda happening, is 1 in a million, right? And people, you could say, I think there was a case where it was the chances of a couple that had the victim had described a couple when it came to the crime, and they found a particular couple that matched the description, and they said that the chances of any given couple meeting this criteria is 1 in a million. Now, this was in New York City, I believe. What's the population of New York City again? New York City population. Population of New York City is 8.3 million. So 1 in a million in New York City, you've got 8 people that would fit that description. Now, it was a couple, so we can go 4 people that would, 4 couples that would fit that description. And you are guaranteed to have 4 couples that would fit that description. That is faulty reasoning. That is why you should never use statistics to make an argument, because statistics can be manipulated. Instead, I prefer to go on hard data. Now, sometimes there may be problems with getting hard data, which means that you may have to make some inferences from statistics, but try to use reliance on statistics as little as possible. Right? Unless there is no, unless unless statistics show a very undeniable correlation, I guess, or there is no way in which like you can use statistics. Generally, the best way to use statistics is to back up something that has other data, right? So if you have a statistic for climate change, right, saying that climate change is occurring because the statistics show it, the statistics are not the only evidence that climate change is occurring. There is also the fact that CO2 is known to be a greenhouse gas. We know that it is a greenhouse gas. So yeah. Try to use a little more than statistics.
Hello again.
Ahoy hoy, AB. I'm just going on a rant about statistics and how you should try and not rely an entire argument on statistics.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm seeing on the screen a simple protein, 1 chance in 4 with. What's I think this is going to be a fun. What's the argument here?
The argument is that when it comes to a protein, apparently it's got 100 and something. Like a simple protein has 100 and something different. Different protein molecules.
Configurations.
Well, no, it's
different
not.
Protein molecules.
Yeah, and then there's 20 different protein molecules that each of those things could be, right?
Yeah, so you've got 21, I want to say, amino acids. These are all encoded in the DNA, and because and this is where I thought it would be a fun one, because the shape of a protein is basically determined through a process called energy minimization. It's the principle of it's the principle of minimum potential energy, which, interestingly enough, is a consequence of which law of physics?
Second law of thermodynamics.
Yep.
One person sent a super chat small while ago. Ghostly Enigma says for $5 just wait until we confirm that there's life on Titan and or Enceladus.
Yeah.
Enceladus. They will lose it.
And don't forget Europa as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and we've already found tentative evidence that life may have been possible at one point on Mars, if I remember correctly. It's not saying that life is definitely, there was life on Mars, but, it's saying that it may have been possible.
So, but yeah, like, the idea is that he's going, is that he's basically saying the chances of this particular protein, and I'm pretty sure that it is possible that you create a protein, I'm pretty sure it is possible to create a protein that has less amino acids that is that can still have some kind of function. I'm not 100% sure if it's possible, but it might be.
Well, yeah, proteins are very complicated things, and that's the whole. I don't see what way he's going with this, because the way a protein is structured, and what molecule goes where, is described by your DNA. It's that's all your DNA does. Right? That's the sole purpose of your DNA.
I think he's just using this in terms to abiogenesis.
Oh, abiogenesis.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, the thing is, we have found amino acids on. We have found amino acids on Mars, and I'm assuming his statistics here: 1 chance in 4 with 162 zeros. And then he goes, well, all the atoms is 1 with 80 zeros on it, right?
Yeah.
What he's assuming is that then, even if we're just randomly combining them, right, that these atoms, once they form the combination, once they formed a compound, that they're spent.
Okay.
Right? Because you've got these molecules joining up. So even if you have your amino acids and stuff like that, and they join up, they can break apart again.
Yeah.
It's that's quite normal.
Yeah, and that actually debunks the because sometimes they say about left-handed, right-handed, left-handed proteins, right? And if you have let's say you have 50 right-handed proteins and 50 left-handed proteins, right? And let's say you have, because left-handed proteins can't join up with right-handed proteins, can they?
I'm not a biologist.
Okay. Because if that is true, that left-handed proteins can't join up with right-handed proteins, and as I said, I'm not sure if this is true, but if it is true, that means that of course they will all sort into left-handed or right-handed proteins, right? Because but as I said, hold up, let's see. Can left and right-handed amino acids work? Or join? Most of the molecules of life will be left-handed or right-handed. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything. God damn it! Stop loading images after I scroll down. I can't find anything on this. Stop. Here's a little bit of issue. Every time I scroll down, there seems to be a new image that wants to load on this page. It's like, okay. We had a biologist in here earlier, so and then they left.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to know. I just want to know, if anyone in chat knows, can a left-handed and a right-handed protein join? Because I know that they can't really work that well together, and I know that life all has one type of protein. But if they can't actually join, then yes, we're going to. It's one. You basically got a chance of things being a certain handedness would be very likely. And also EK says just gave $1 New Zealand dollar. And thank you, EK. Seems that you are also from New Zealand. It's the proper money in New Zealand that we've got here. What Jesus? AB in England, do you use what type of money do you use? Do you use plastic money or?
Huh?
In England, do you use
the actual material the notes are made of?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a kind of cotton paper blend, but it's now moving to polymer.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure Americans use paper as well.
Yeah, it's a cotton paper blend.
Okay, so New Zealand has real money. We've got plastic money.
You've got plastic money. Well, in the UK, you've got the 5s, 10s, and I suppose the 20s were supposed to have been plastics now as well.
Yeah.
Or some weird kind of polymer thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I haven't seen any cash since March.
Yeah, like this is
For some odd reason.
This is a New Zealand $5 note that I've got here. I don't know. Let me switch over to the stream, or switch over to OBS so that I can put it up. So yeah, this is a $5 New Zealand $5, and you know this. As you can see, it's not very papery. It's plastic. So yeah, and just put that back. So yeah, like it's less likely to rip apart in your pocket, I think, when it comes to the plastic things.
Yeah, they're supposed to be really hard to rip.
Yeah, which I think is good because it seems like if I had American money, I'd just be worried that if I drop it in like water or if I sit on it the wrong way and rip it.
Oh no, it's easy. It's fine. It doesn't really rip that much. It's not because it's not actual paper.
Okay.
It's mainly cotton.
John Rapp just says plastic money is an Aussie invention. You're welcome. But you know what's even better than plastic? Coins. Metal coins. These things they don't seem to break as often. No,
that's true.
Although sometimes they do get rather damaged. I think it's generally from other metal coins.
Yeah.
Oh, and electronic money is pretty good.
Yeah, it's easier.
It's just the problem with electronic money is that you don't see it in your wallet. And
you don't see it running out.
Yeah.
You develop horrible spending habits.
Yep. That is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's why I prefer to
use. You can use it on the internet at 4 o'clock in the morning where you're absolutely hammered.
Yeah. You can watch it when watching. You can use it when watching some random Kiwi YouTuber who knows fuck all about certain subjects. And it's like, why did I waste my money on that guy? And why does it sound like? Who is this planar walk guy? And why does he sound like he's a flat earther? Honestly, like it sounds like my name is a flat earth name, but
yeah.
Even though it came from Magic the Gathering, and I know some people actually have noticed a little Easter egg, and because I've only got 28 viewers, I'll actually let you guys in on a little secret. Not really a secret, but you know. So every so often, like in a video, I'll actually have a card, usually from this selection of cards. I might actually get some of the other cards that I've got, and I'll usually just have I'll just choose a random Magic the Gathering card, like one of my recent videos was this card here. And I'll stand it up right here so that it's just a random card. And some people have noticed this, like some people noticed Llanowar Elves at one point. And what else was there? I know that there was Llanowar Elves. And there was... I don't know what the other one was. I'll have to check. It might have been Crows and Wayfarer. I'm pretty sure I had Crows and Wayfarer there at one point. But yeah, they were just different cards. A little bit of a thing. Now, I'm getting bored with this video because it's bad arguments. So let's see what the evolution simulator has gotten up to. It's at generation 149, and it's doing this thing here. So Natural selection at work in a computer program. The people in the video said that it couldn't be done. You know, that you couldn't create anything useful using randomness. They basically gave the example of if you had like a magnet and put a magnet against your magnetic hard drive. I mean, I'm pretty sure that would just erase the data.
Yeah, and actually, when you stick a magnet against the hard drive, it becomes a more ordered state.
Yeah.
Because all the magnetic domains will point in one direction.
John Rapp just said, "I'd be." What's that?
No.
John Rapp said, "I'd be happy to perform a scientific study on different forms of money. Please send me some examples from around the world. The more, the better. For the advancement of science, of course."
Yes.
Oh, has anyone seen Super Cool? I think it is. Basically,
Nope.
he photocopied money and showed. He showed how like some photocopiers will have things where if it detects that you're photocopying money, it will just put a few bars in.
All right.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I may try that.
I'm gonna alter this creature here a little bit because I feel like I could do a better design that starts hopping around.
Yeah, but now you're doing intelligent design.
Damn it! So we'll add a few more. We'll add one joint there. We'll add a muscle. We'll add a bone here and a bone here. I'll add a muscle from here to here, and 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 a muscle from... Actually, let's just delete everything, because I actually came up with a better idea. Okay. Joint here, bone here. I think I've got it. Muscle like that, and a muscle like that.
Interesting choice.
Okay. I like the chaos that we're seeing here. Oh, this is where we see interesting things happen. Minimalistic design.
Oh, it's gone for an interesting solution there.
Need ribs to make a female. Why do I need ribs to make a female?
I think that's a reference to Genesis.
Oh, we've got one that was doing rather well. Like we had one that I feel like oh, this is amazing. Like what evolution does. Like it looks completely. Oh, what's that? You didn't.
Sorry, no.
You didn't accidentally blow up the lab, did you?
No. Made a mistake. It's alright. fixed it.
This is. I like the I do like the chaos here. This is very.
It is nice. I like it.
It is very entertaining. Although I just wish that there'd be more that would get to the point that the furthest one has, rather than just having to watch the same one.
Yeah. Gonna need to let it evolve. I think it's kind of figured out a little bit what to do, but it hasn't quite figured out how to do that repeatedly.
Yeah.
It's got that bit.
Like, yeah. This is why I love neural networks. Like, I've tried to create my own neural network, but it is difficult to create a neural network.
Yeah. A lot of the guys who are working on that here are spend a lot of time kind of with the design and everything. It's they've explained it to me hundreds of times. I can't keep up.
Oh, and there is one that is figuring it out how to. There's actually a couple that are figuring it out. Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting better at it.
Yeah. And they said mutations can't cause. Can't.
Nope.
I get excited when it sort of utilizes the original thing. That's like, is it actually going to?
Yeah.
So this program is called Evolution. It's on itch.io. This is running in Firefox. I do believe that there is I did use this a while back, and there was a problem when it got to like generation 200 and something. So, there may be a few problems with it, but, whilst this one is running, I'll actually go duplicate tab, and there is something that there is one thing that I can probably, that whilst this is running that I can... Oh, we've got the same... We have the same thing.
Cookies.
What?
Cookies.
Cookies? Oh, yeah, cookies. So we'll go that there. Go that there. That there. Actually, we'll delete this. Delete. And we'll move this up to here and this up to here. I believe this is a very standard design. And we'll go bone. Hopefully you're seeing what I'm designing here. And we'll go muscle here to here, here to here, and here to here to here. And let's hit evolve. And it just stands there. It annoys me when it just is like, oh, maybe if I exploit the physics engine. That annoys me just a little tad.
Well, the thing is, right, and it's a problem with neural nets, is that they cheat.
Yes.
Because it's basically it's following just a reward mechanism, right? Because that's how they're trained, and you can then feed them, especially in like image recognition. And it's that joke about the giraffes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where they just get it completely wrong. But because it got trained with a data set, and then because you kind of reward it, and it will just go for the most likely. If the outcomes are where it's so likely that it is just that, so I'm going for that because I'm least likely to get it wrong. I'm going to say, okay, that's what it is. And you see that now when you import images into like PowerPoint or something like that, most of the time it comes up a screenshot of a phone or a picture of a building. And I will have drawn and it's like a picture. It's a picture I've taken with a microscope or something, and I've just got these SEM images. And I load them in, and it just doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. So it just goes, "Oh, it's a building. Oh, it's a screenshot of a phone." Yeah, because that's the most likely thing it will go for.
Yeah,
most likely thing it is if it can't figure it out.
It's kind of like there was a neural network that they did, and they actually decided to probe. Okay, what is it actually looking at? When it's they decide to see, okay, what is this neural network actually looking at? And they found that it was looking it was trying to recognize different types of fish, right?
Yeah.
And there was a certain type of fish that the neural network was looking at, and it was like, oh, this fish is they're like, oh, okay, this fish is this fish. And it turned out that the neural network wasn't actually looking at the fish. It was looking at the fingers of the person holding the fish because it was a trophy fish.
Yeah. And just fish were popping up everywhere when it started looking at images because, it's got a finger in it. And then it realized, there's a finger, so it must be a fish.
Yeah. And this right here is just... this AI here is just exploiting the physics engine.
Yeah.
That's literally all it's doing. Like, there are better ways it could be doing this. Like, if we look at the... I feel like I might have better luck if I don't know, I've got an idea. We'll move a couple of these over. Right. Okay, hopefully this works, because it's a little more trying to lean to exploit the physics engine isn't going to work as well now. You can see some of them sort of struggling to stand up a little bit. Or it looks like they're struggling. And you see that the one that's doing the best actually takes a step at the start. So, it will probably get there. I say probably, but, some of them are still exploiting the physics engine. Let's hope that the one that takes a step... We're back to exploiting the... Oh, some of them are actually being interesting. Some of them are taking a few steps. Oh!
Oh, we've got a walker.
Let's hope that just... Oh, yeah, we've got some of them trying to walk. Oh, that one... They're starting to walk. This is
Yeah.
fun, you know. What are people saying? Like, I don't. Bill Wiggins in chat asks, random question. Does anyone else have problems with the don't recommend channel button? Mine is about as useful as an Aussie liberal at at a climate change conference. So being someone who debunks videos, I never click the don't recommend channel. Never have I done that because I'll give you a link to this because it is a fun thing. I do want to also say to everyone here, thank you, because the you may recall at the start of the stream, I recommended everyone go donate to someone with the link in the description. They managed to get the amount of money that they needed, so and their mind was actually blown, so from the support that they got. So yeah, so thank you for that. And they seem to be out of financial hardship, so that is good.
Excellent.
Yeah. And we're back to them sort of giving up a little bit. The problem here is the problem with AI, right? The problem is that quite often it's being compared against itself, right?
Yeah.
Or against other iterations of itself. And when you kill off all the ones that do the worst, then you get it sort of going, okay, well, you know, I'm doing better than all the other iterations of me, so you know, or I'm doing the same as, so it just gets into this loop of trying to exploit the physics engine here.
Yeah. Just switching.
We can try and change. I feel like what I need to do is I need to. I didn't want to do that. We'll go delete, and we'll go move here.
So?
Oh, what's that?
No, sorry, just something went awry on my, on my end.
Okay. We'll see if this works. Because this one is more likely to fall over, I guess. And they're back to exploiting the... You can't win with this.
No.
Like someone suggested feet. We'll give it some. We'll give it some feet. Right. Let's go joint here and joint here. Right. And we'll go muscle or bone. Bone. And bone. Right. And a muscle between. Jeez, I keep on thinking that I click on it. Muscle between here and here. Alright, let's see what happens now. I've got some that are working out how to use it. The best one. The best ones are just flopping around.
One is doing the worm.
This is why one thing that is rather important to AI is adding constraints, right? So a certain constraints there, like one good way to make this better would be to add a constraint so that if the joint here hits the floor, then it's considered a failure, right? If that constraint was added, you'd immediately be able to go, okay, well, we don't want that to happen. So if it hits the floor, it dies. Which is one thing I learned from people like Code Bullet.
Yeah.
Have you seen Code Bullet?
No.
Yeah.
But it's quite an intuitive kind of thing. Yeah, but it is quite important when you're training it. You got to set up the right conditions for failure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise you get that cheating going on.
Yeah.
Because now it basically thinks, oh, if I just do the worm.
Yeah. Let's check up on the other AI. That's at Generation 70. So essentially,
it's figured something out.
Yeah. May not be the best way, but it's figured something out. All right. I like how this went from debunking a flat Earth map to talking about how AI is going to kill us all.
Well, looking at this, it's not going to do that anytime soon.
Yeah, once it figures out how to kill us all, it'll kill us all. Here's the thing, right? Like, people often say about AI and how it will kill us all because, because it will, will encounter problems. I feel like AI, there's sort of a best solution when it comes to these things, right? So some people may say the AI that makes a coffee and then kills you, or whatnot. It's like, well, because something like it keeps on creating coffee, and it's like, well, and eventually runs out of materials to make coffee with, so it instead starts harvesting your atoms to make coffee, right? And
so basically the paperclip problem.
Yeah, and I feel like that's not going to happen.
Well, no, I think it's unlikely. But I think if you're worried about robots with lasers for hands taking over, there's a simple solution. Don't design a robot with laser for hands.
Yeah. I'm going to duplicate this tab, right? And I'm going to bring bring this over here and bring this over here. As we can see, this has failed pretty badly. I want to redesign the other one. So let's delete this. Like I feel like I can make I feel like I can make a really good AI. Design. Right. So let's go joints. We can just play with this design and move it. All right. All right.
Yeah, I've got it up on my screen now. I'm playing with it.
It is really fun, isn't it? Like this is. Oh, just about removed the wrong joint there. Next, we'll find out that AB Science has quit physics and just gone into
yeah,
AI.
It's a real risk.
Muscle. Here we go. So if I go here and here, let's see what that does. Right, let's hope that they don't. Let's hope that they're not exploiting the physics engine here. I feel like that's what they're trying to do. But I feel like even if they do exploit the physics engine, that we can probably get something out of it. Unlike the other ones. I'll bring up the chat so that we have people commentating on. You did very good with the stylized letter Z, like in the KISS logo. Okay. Right. Here's the thing with this design. Right. This design actually kind of works because of the simple fact is that. Even though it's trying to exploit the physics engine, it's basically using one limb to sort of move itself, like propel itself forward a bit. So, this could be, this could work. But, And someone says I've got to back-to-back Z joined at the top and it's running like a bunny. So let me... Hopefully this... Actually, what I'll do is I'll let this run, right? And I'll go to... Bring one of the failed ones over. Like this one here. Now, this is a failed one. And we'll go back. And I'll see if I can recreate what you're talking about. So if I go delete... delete. Takes a bit to recognize my keystrokes. I think I've got everyone playing with this now. Okay, joint. So we'll go here, 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 here. Alright, maybe I should bring up my... Okay, yeah, I'm using 90% of my CPU. Although, Firefox is only using 20% of my CPU. So...
I'm running it alright on a pretty weak computer at the moment.
So we'll go... so they said a back-to-back Z. So... Let's... Wait. Delete... Just trying to think how that would work. Maybe I need to flip this. Okay, there we go. Bone. And we'll go muscle here. This might be the interesting design that wins. Come on, muscle. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't help that my computer's the other one's just exploiting the physics engine. That's all they're doing. Someone says sorry, a front to front Z. Well, I'm gonna see how this works anyway. I feel like this one is going to be the winner here. Like, we've already got them trying to sort of walk here. You know. So, you know, this thing is going to be... This is interesting. So this could be the winner design. And it wasn't even me that came up with it. Damn it. It's just my interpretation of someone else's designs. Really. When you really think about it. And it's... So currently we've got one... So currently the design that I tried to fix up is currently getting to about 9 meters on generation 12. The other one, where is that, is on generation 98 and is getting up to just under.
Well, I've
just
got
under
one
20.
which is walking.
You got one that's
But
walking?
it's walking quite well, but it's cheating. I cheated.
How did you cheat?
I mean, I got it to run on generation 2. Actually, on the first generation, sorry. Basically, it's just a cross with... basically, it's just a cross with little feet.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, it couldn't really do much more than actually walk. So, I feel that's cheating.
Well, this here, it's walking-ish. It's basically like, it's more dancing.
I'll just,
And once it figures out to sort of... I feel like it's going to do better than some of the other ones. Like, I feel like this is going to be the winner. Like, once it figures out, okay, this is how I can walk well. But, you know. What are people saying in the chat? I'll probably stream for a couple more minutes and then yeah, AI isn't intelligent, obviously. Like, essentially it's a way we're trying to replicate intelligence, because AI is useful. Like, don't get me wrong, AI is definitely useful. Because especially when it comes to problems that are difficult to solve, that require a lot of processing power. Because if you want to get AI to work out all the prime numbers, don't get AI to work out all the prime numbers. It won't do well with that, right? However, if you want to get AI to do more difficult things, like image recognition, right? You can try... There's a couple ways you can go about it. You can go about it and try and have it... You can try and program all the things in for certain images, but that's going to take a long time. AI is really a shortcut to... and stops it from taking so long... essentially, AI takes a shortcut and says, okay, well, what if we try and approximate it to the best that we can through random mutations? Or sometimes it's even more coordinated than just being random. And AI will process it and try and find the best solution. Now, the time that it takes is more on the AI's end, right?
Yeah.
Rather than the human's end, and the AI can process things much faster than humans can. But it's basically using the same concepts that our brain uses.
Yeah, but so the thing is, that AI, as it stands, AI is useful for stuff that we don't know how to do algorithmically, and that's where it stands at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's where AI is useful.
It also comes in useful when it comes to like something like pathfinding.
Yeah.
So pathfinding.
It is a subject I should know a lot more about, considering I am currently trying to build a neuromorphic computing device, but I'm just building it.
I actually wonder if there'll be dedicated neural network chips or anything anytime soon.
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to build at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's early days. I mean, we have an idea that could work, and it is something that we're kind of exploring at the moment. But it's nowhere near actually making, making a proper functioning neural network device. We need to figure out the physics behind it. And there's a concept known as frustration that we just need to get a better understanding of. And what I'm currently building kind of looks into that a little bit.
Okay. I'm going to see what other... someone just recommended that I do something different with this particular one, right? And I'm going to see what my other ones are up to. Where are they? Here we go. We got this one, which is... So, let me bring...
So in the general party room, I posted a video of one which... that's my cheats version.
Okay.
But that one works quite well. It's...
Yeah. This one here is... it's doing well. However, it's just using one limb, which is not what I want. So I'm gonna take the design that was suggested-ish, kind of, and go. We're gonna go delete. We're gonna go joint. We're gonna move some of these. Move this here. Move this here. We'll actually move that there and that there. And then we'll go joint here and here. All right. Bone. Now, what's this hideous creation gonna bring? It looks like it's a spider. Alright. That's what it looks like. Alright. Evolve. And let's see if it can get past 5 meters by generation 20. And what's the other one? What are the other ones doing? Add enough joints and anything can look like it's walking. And someone says adding a actually, yeah, we'll add a joint. We'll go delete that, and we'll go joint here, and we'll go bone here, and bone here, and we'll add a few muscles, and we'll just add a muscle here. Okay, evolve. Speaking of joints, there is one thing that is annoying, and that is trying to oh yeah, it does. It's certainly doing better than the other ones. Like, there's one that's just like disappeared off, that's like figured it out already. The other ones are dancing. But yeah, like, one of the annoying things is trying to get a car working in Unity. Like, that is annoying. Because, like, I kind of understand the basics of a car, but at the same time, you know, trying to create a car is a little bit difficult. Especially seeing as they don't have any good cylinder colliders. They've got a wheel collider though, but I haven't figured out how to actually put that onto something and actually have it collide. But it could be fun to play around with. Just something that I was playing around with last night.
You play around with lots of really weird random things, I have to say.
Yeah, like it was just a thought that I had when talking to Rachie in Teams live chat last night. Mm-hmm. One person said capsule colliders. The problem is that when it comes to a capsule collider, when it comes to wheels, right? Capsule colliders. I mean, I suppose you could try and create a wheel out of them, but if you want a capsule collider on each wheels, how do you adjust the caps to be virtually flat? Please tell me, because if you do know how to do that, I'd love to know that. But then there's also other issues of trying to get it to actually stick to the vehicle. Because or have it sort of locked in place relative to the vehicle. Like, that's one of the issues that I've been having when it comes to wheels. I've been having a lot of issue with that.
I absolutely cannot help you on that.
Okay.
I know nothing about these. I mean, yeah, I know nothing about that.
Because the best I was able to achieve is have a cylinder that has a mesh collider, but mesh colliders are very expensive in terms of processing. But yeah, the issue with the car is that it just falls apart. Now with what I know, I could actually go back. There is a racing game that I made a while back.
Right.
That this is in Scratch, right? Now,
right.
I could actually redo that and make it 1,000 times better. In Game Maker, of course.
Yeah.
I could. The reason being is because when it came to this version in Scratch, first off, I had no concept of force, right?
Right.
So it would just continue in the direction that it was going. So, or in the direction that it was facing, rather than actually, you couldn't drift. And that was a little bit annoying. I could probably actually create a car that's like this might be interesting. There'd be no suspension, but I could probably create a car that, in a 3D Unity game, that uses something like force. But I'd like to create my own physics engine.
You'd like to create your own physics engine?
Yeah, like a 2D physics engine for cars. I feel like that would be easy.
Yeah, sure.
Like just a 2D physics engine that top down for cars. I feel like that would be easy compared to like creating a full on physics engine.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what would be involved in doing that for games.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming it's gonna be, roughly the same, same ideas as we would do in simulation work, but I don't know. I've never tried it. Put it that way. I've never tried actually making any game whatsoever. So.
Fair enough. And what's the? I've got. I'm just gonna check what the other guys are up to. They are doing. Some of them are doing flips and getting past 20. And then sort of failing. Okay. And then the other one isn't doing nearly as well as this one, and it's only on generation 35. Well, it's doing slightly better, but it's, it's still in a sort of dance. I'll close this one down to ease up my performance on my computer. Although I do wonder what's using... Oh yeah, OBS will be using... Oh, yeah. Hold up, what's using processing power? Firefox, Google Chrome, Discord, and... OBS is only using 3% of my CPU. Huh,
yeah, I don't get why a lot of people talk about how OBS is so CPU hungry. I never really have any kind of issues with it.
I do find that if I'm trying to stream something like Magic the Gathering, then if I've got OBS screen capturing that, then there's issues.
Right.
That's why I haven't held a Magic tournament in Arena yet. Because if... What I'd like to do is I'd like to have a tournament where it's like you... do you play Magic?
I used to. Many years ago, I think. I think there was only... Shit, I can't even remember what they're called. I think there was only about 5 different generations or something of that out. I can't remember when it was, but you'll very quickly find out.
Okay.
Yeah. Shit. Come on, quick wiki. When did it come out?
I actually wonder something. Duplicate tab, we'll move this over here. And... Because, yeah, I've been playing a bit of Magic recently. It's been fun as well. And Arena, you don't have to actually... You don't actually have to pay any money.
Right, oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
I feel like this isn't going to work that well, but we'll see. Delete. Move. Muscle. Okay. Evolve.
What the actual hell?
This is chaos. Oh. I don't think that there's any limit to how far a muscle can stretch. So... Oh, what's people saying about this one in the chat?
Right. It was 6th edition. That's when I played Magic the Gathering.
Ah! So that was after I got into... Well, that was before I got into Magic.
So that came out in 1999.
Yeah, that was before I even got into Magic. Like, when I got into Magic, Shards of Alara was being released, I think. Oh no, it was just before Shards of Alara was being released.
Yeah, I have no idea anymore after that. It's Shards. That was yeah. Oh, so that was 2008. Okay. Yeah, that was way past my time.
Yeah. Like, the first set that I bought a Magic pack of was 8th edition, but it was actually counterfeit 8th edition.
It was counterfeit, right.
Like, I still have some of those cards.
Yeah. As long as you don't play anything too official, then you get away with it.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I've
Although,
got a great big stack of counterfeit ones.
Yeah. Or as long as you don't try and sell any of the cards that are worth anything.
Yeah. I think that might piss some people off.
Yes!
Somehow.
Like, never try and sell a counterfeit Black Lotus.
No! Firstly, it's not going to work. Because people are going to go, Black Lotus, yeah, fuck off.
Yeah. But, like, Black Lotus is worth, like, a lot. Which is why, whenever I've seen them, they've always been in some kind of protective casing, like, that's usually made of glass.
Yes. How much are they worth these days?
Because they're worth, like, thousands.
Yeah. Eye-watering amount. In 2014, it was up on an auction site for 100 grand.
Okay. Okay, I just want to say, can we just admit that my one is the best design? Sure it cheats and breaks everything.
Yeah, no, it definitely wins. Because I suppose all it cares about is how far its center of mass goes, isn't it?
Yes. And so it just stretches itself out a lot. And then, yeah. And because it's not connected, it can virtually stretch itself out as far as it wants.
Yes. So basically, yeah, cheating.
Holy, it's figured it out. It's gotten up to like 165. Like if I let this run, I feel like we're gonna have the bottom. Like already, the bottom is just flying past. Well,
yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, that is fun. Anyway, I think I'll end it up here. This was a fun little thing. Next week it will be Rush of Stupid. Simon and Dan had to delay for a week, so yeah. And like, I'm wondering if this is going to pick up speed, like, because I think it follows the Best of the Last Generation. Or does it follow just a random one? I don't know. But yeah. So yeah, next week will be Rush of Stupid, and by golly, there is some things that I've seen that we're gonna get into. I've been getting heaps of comments from Ken Wheeler fans.
Oh, they're always fun, aren't they?
Yeah, like, it seems to be that like, the general consensus seems to be that he says things. The general consensus from Ken Wheeler fans is that he knows what he's talking about. He just says a lot of things that that people might not understand.
Yeah, it's so often he'll say, you'll get them as like, yeah, he uses language in a different way as us mere mortals, and some of the comments are outright like treat him as if he's like a divine being.
Yeah.
Who accesses a higher plane, and they're just kind of like pointing out, like, you talk about these things, and you are aware that that's cult-like behavior, right?
Yeah, I think that it's one of them things where they, like, some of them, they say that they understand them, and, like, they probably do have their interpretation, but, like, that's one of the things of word salad, right? You can, like, when it's word salad, like, as you've said, some of the things he says aren't exactly wrong, it's just that they don't say anything, right?
Yeah.
And so people can assign meaning to it that may not be the intended meaning.
Yeah, it's completely vague. It is so bad, and people can project onto it whatever they want. Yeah, and he's just a very good grifter. He's a very good grifter.
Like, when it comes to people like, you see this with people like, we're up to 200, 300, 400, 500. So yeah, when it comes to people like him, like Jordan Peterson as well, like you see these people often they'll be vague and allow you to assign meaning, and that's why that's what I don't like about a lot of these people that use word salad. And a lot of people, I know that Jordan Peterson has a much larger following than Ken Wheeler, but and I will give a bit of credit where credit is due to Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson does say things of worth when it comes to clinical psychology, right?
Oh, I'm sure his, you know, he's got his head screwed on when it comes to that topic. You know, fine, not a problem there, but don't translate that as him then being an authority on, you know, politics or shit like that, right? He's a fucking idiot. That's what it comes down to. It's like, yeah, all right, okay, he's a clinical psychologist. Nah, it's fine, okay, but shut up about the other stuff. You haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
And just because, you know, just because you have quite a prestigious position in a certain area of expertise, doesn't qualify you to talk about the other stuff and be taken serious.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know, he does get taken serious by a lot of people, and then you get that whole intellectual dark web, which is just filled with fucking grifters.
Yeah, like, one of the things is, like, I used to sort of think, oh, Sam Harris was a fairly intelligent guy, but the more I've looked into some of his claims, and even, like, when he was up against Jordan Peterson, like, Jordan Peterson, say what you will about him, but he actually did have a point. It's just that his point was also bad. Like, Sam Harris's point was bad, Jordan Peterson's point was bad as well. Like, defining truth as that which allows you to survive is a bad way of defining truth, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they have to... but that's the whole thing around the intellectual dark web, isn't it? It's about they have to kind of define... they're almost just trying to redefine truth.
Yeah.
And just give it, you know, what? Just give it a fucked up definition. Because they have to. They have to, because the whole political thing that they're trying to push is based on a complete warped view of reality.
Yeah. Well, I find that when it comes to these things, it's the definition of truth is to because truth can be hard to define, right?
Yeah.
And it is to push, like, to say, okay, well, like, because when it comes to Jordan Peterson, like, I think that he wants to try and make an empirical case for the Bible. And it's kind of hard to do when it's stories.
Yeah.
But what you can do is you can define, well, the Bible is true because it allows us to survive, and truth is that which is true enough to allow people to survive. And it's like, well, that can be a definition that you can try and use, but I don't agree with that definition.
No.
Now there's when it comes to this kind of thing, like, I don't agree that religion helps people survive. Some certain aspects of religion may help people survive, but I don't think you need religion for those aspects. So,
no, I don't think you need religion to survive.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily what aspect of religion do you need to survive? Really, I find the whole definition absolutely baffling.
Yeah, I think that I think that religion does provide a sense of community, and for some people, but that's not exclusive to religion.
Yeah, and that's my thing. Is that exclusive to religion? No, it's not.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I view it
It
is...
doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, the way I view it is religion does provide a few benefits, but the benefits it does provide aren't exclusive to religion. Like, some people say, oh, religion stops people from doing bad things. But that's not exclusive to religion either.
I don't trust those people.
Yeah, like, there are some...
I absolutely do not trust people who think you don't do bad things because of the consequences.
There's one person, I think it was Matt Dillahunty, I saw a debate on the subject of religion, and this person essentially said something along the lines of, if it weren't for God, then if he stopped believing in God tomorrow, then he would start murdering people again. And Matt Dillahunty said, "You're one of the people that I don't want to change to be an atheist." I think it was Matt Dillahunty. It might have been someone else.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, the question whether it's religion or whether it's, it's about a law enforcement policy or whatsoever.
Yeah.
I do not trust people who don't do things because out of fear of the consequences. If you think that you don't go around murdering people because the deterrent is that, there's jail time, that's the deterrent, I can't trust you because, what if you're in a situation that, there's going to be no consequences for me? Now, I don't think that these people will function that way, but
yeah,
if there's no consequences for bad actions, then what, are you just going to do the bad actions? Or if you're not going to get arrested for, I don't know, something trivial, shoplifting, is the major deterrent for shoplifting that you're going to get arrested? Or is it that, no, that's someone else's shit, keep your hands off? Don't steal it.
Yeah.
Right? And as simple as that. You don't need religion, or you don't even need fucking laws to be a good person.
Yeah, like when it comes to some things, like one thing that I like saying sometimes is that morality isn't necessarily dictated by law. Like, it annoys me when people try to make this argument of the laws dictate morality. It's like, why is murder bad?
It's the other way around.
Because it's against
the other
law.
way around.
No, it's bad because it produces harm. The law is because of our morality.
Yeah, our laws are completely based on morality, and morality. Yeah, I mean, morality is something that's intrinsic, that's built in. We're social animals. And that's just it. So what do you think came first, the law or humans? Because humans definitely came first. And how the fuck did we manage to survive without the law informing our morality? No, it's crap.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll end up the stream here because I've been streaming for quite a few hours. It says nearly 5 hours, so we'll end up here. Be sure to join us next week. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. Yeah, be sure to join us next week for Rush of Stupid with Simon. Oh, and we've got a really good one there. Got up to 400. Yeah, be sure to join us next week for Rush of Stupid. Do you think you'll be here for Rush of Stupid, AB?
I don't know. It really depends on how my schedule sits. I never really plan any live stuff. Whenever I'm on someone's stream, it's because 5 minutes before I went, all right, okay, cool. Yeah, I've got time for that.
Okay, yeah. And another thing I want to bring up is On Saturday, I will be on Modern Day Debates. Debating, I think it's Austin Whitsitt.
Oh, fun. Austin Whitsitt.
Yeah.
One of Ken Wheeler's disciples.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He flirts fucking Ken Wheeler's bullshit.
Okay, because I noticed on one of Ken Wheeler's recent videos, Anthony Riley was there actually talking about FTFE.
Yeah, I saw that comment.
Yeah.
That was rather fun. Oh, yeah, you sent me that video.
Yeah, I sent you that video.
Yeah, oh, God. That was so bad, it's not even wrong. God, the man is so fucking clueless.
I feel like he does get things wrong, like when it comes to the whole... like, he differentiates between acceleration and force when force is mass times acceleration.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of already said with that. It's like that is so wrong. There's almost nothing to it. It's astounding.
Yeah.
So someone does send me, because I don't really watch the stuff, but someone does send me the occasional links, emails me the video, and then we'll just say like, yeah, this he says that, and then I'll have a look at it, and there's some hilarious things in there. He really thinks that he's solved the universe and is the only person to understand it.
Alright, well,
it's astounding.
I will see everyone in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching. What will I play today? Alrighty.